So can you put two people at host or just one?
Only one person as a host, and then the rest are co-hosts.
Okay.
Okay, so we are live on YouTube, and we're going to start webinar. Okay, we are now live. And I will look out for Ms. Ayel's name on here on the attendees list so I could add him as a panelist.
So good morning, I guess. We're live on YouTube. Welcome to the 17th Student Project and Research Symposium at San Diego City College. Woohoo! Welcome, scholars that are presenting today. We're very happy to have you on board.
There he is. We're just waiting for Miss Ayel to get up and running, and then we're going to start this thing.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so we're live now.
All right, Sessa, we're going to you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 17th Annual Research Symposium. I want to begin with a message from our illustrious president, President Ricky Shabazz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ricky Shabazz. I have the honor and privilege of being the president of San Diego City College, and I want to congratulate you and thank you for participating in our annual research symposium. I can't think of a better way to feature our wonderful students and their work and their efforts to increase social justice, educational equity, and all the amazing things that you all are researching to help our campus, our community, and the world that we live in. I want to send a special thanks to our wonderful faculty, our classified professionals, our managers and supervisors who facilitated this research symposium. Let me tell you that this is just one opportunity of many to showcase your wonderful work and your efforts to improve the world we live in. Congratulations and enjoy the symposium.
Thank you, Dr. Shabazz. And I'll kick it off over to Professor George Jessup.
Sorry, this is going over to Ms. Ayel, camera to Mr. C. I'll see you guys at the judging contest.
And you're muted, Ms. Ayel.
Sorry about that. Welcome, everyone. So we have our student panelists ready to go. Who would be the first student group coming up? Mr. Soto, is that your group? Hold on, I'm missing my list. Do you have that, Caesar? Or anybody have the list? I don't know where.
I have the list. I have number 1, sleep deprivation, with Alicia Esparza and Kiera.
All right. Is that Miss Canales then, Alicia?
Yes.
Hi. Hi, good morning.
Hi, Alicia, good morning. So we have a project called Sleep Deprivation by Alicia Canales. Go ahead and take it, Alicia.
It's Kira and I here.
Together? Oh, awesome. Alicia and Kira. Is your PowerPoint up?
Do I share my screen? Is that
Yes, you should have the option to share your screen like we
okay?
practiced.
Okay, everyone can see?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hello, my name is Kiera,
And my name is Alicia. Good morning.
and this is our presentation on sleep deprivation among college students during COVID-19.
So sleep is an important biological necessity. College students on average receive less, more erratic, inconsistent sleep, which varies in quality, which then results in a negative overall performance and negative cognitive functions. Our objective was to find out if the effect of sleep deprivation on academic performance among college students during COVID-19 and our results coincided, which most students, especially during COVID-19, obtain less than the recommended 7 to 8 hours. These findings also correlate with the negative academic performance. And in conclusion, sleep deprivation has a negative effect on the performance of college students.
Okay. So what is sleep deprivation? Sleep deprivation is a condition in which a person is not receiving adequate sleep to the point that it can affect their overall health. It can affect the immune system, cardiovascular system, hormone levels, the brain, memory, and many other complications.
So the recommended amount of sleep is dependent on your age. The younger you are, the more sleep you need. For the age range of college students, 18 and older, 7 or more is recommended.
According to a CDC study, 35.2% of all adults experience short sleep duration, which is getting less than 7 hours of sleep. Specifically, 32.2% of people ages 18 to 24 experience this lack of sleep.
So a small study of college students, both men and women, experience less than the recommended amount of sleep. And this also showed that that they received less than the recommended hours of sleep. Let's see. And this also negatively affected their cognitive functions, which include lack of focus, motivation, and even a weakened immune system. This also correlated with their GPA. So the less amount of sleep, negative cognitive functions, and poor performance. They also experienced further memory, mood, and concentration.
According to the Journal of Clinical Sleep Medicine, a study shows that the stress of COVID-19 relates to an increase of sleep disturbances. The study included 30,062 responders from 49 different countries and was conducted between March 26 and April 26 of 2020. 58% of the responders were unsatisfied with their sleep, and 40% of the responders reported a decrease in sleep quality compared to before COVID. However, since 42% of responders were satisfied with their sleep, they were asked the reasons for their sleep improvement, with 22.2% saying that they wake up later in the morning or at a more desirable time in the morning, and 13.3% saying that they wake up spontaneously. As for the reasons of sleep worsening, 14.5% said that they fall asleep later, and 14.2% said that they wake up during the night. The table displays the variables independently associated with worsening sleep. People over 60 had the lowest odds for worsening sleep, while the age group of 31 to 45 years had the highest odds, with an odds ratio of 1.21 and a confidence interval of 0.93 to 1.58.
So our main objective was to find the effect of sleep deprivation on the academic performance among college students. The results conclude that most students obtain less than the recommended 7 to 8 hours. The results also show that this had a negative effect on the students' academic performance.
In addition, we looked at how COVID has impacted sleep through a study conducted during March and April of 2020. The study concluded that 40% of responders reported a decrease in sleep quality compared to before COVID. Relating this to young college students, the 18 to 30-year age group was the second most likely to experience worsening sleep during COVID.
Further research, going forward, how can students improve their sleeping habits to accommodate school, work, social life, healthy eating, and exercise, all while keeping a consistent sleep schedule? How can educators take an active role in empowering students to aid in students acquiring good sleep to improve their performance? How can people, specifically students, mitigate stress associated with the pandemic events in order to obtain better sleep?
Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, stop sharing.
Yeah, go ahead and stop sharing. Thank you. Excellent, excellent. So who's next in line, Erin?
Prescription drug abuse in America in the last decade from Shelley Screen.
Are you here?
Good morning, everybody. Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I did my presentation on prescription drug abuse in America. So a study was done to illustrate the rise of prescription drug abuse in America over the last few years. Opioid anesthetics, have been majorly responsible for overdose deaths since 1999. Opioid overdose deaths now outnumber illicit overdose deaths such as heroin and cocaine combined. Opioids have caused an increase in emergency room visits, substance abuse treatment programs, and economic costs associated with opioid abuse. The rise of prescription drug abuse can be attributed to clinical practices, insufficient oversight to curb inappropriate prescribing, and the belief that prescription drugs cannot cause harm. So my experimental design and method was as followed. A report was developed by the HHS, which is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health Coordinating Committee, Prescription Drug Abuse Subcommittee, formed in 2010 and co-chaired by the Assistant Secretary for Health and the Administrator of the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, also known as SAMHSA. Representative created and performed a survey identifying drug abuse activities. The goal of the survey was to identify the patient and clinical practice risk factors that led to prescription drug abuse and overdose. So the HHS focused on 8 areas that were drivers of prescription drug abuse. These were surveillance, drug abuse prevention, patient and public education, provider education, clinical practice tools, regulatory and oversight activities, drug abuse treatment, and overdose prevention initiatives. So this data table is basically showing you that as the number of motor vehicle traffic crashes went down, drug overdose started to go up. And that was from 1980 to 2010. And this data table is basically breaking down all the non-medical users and the percentage change from 2003 to 2010. So from 2003 to 2010, all non-medical users rose by 74.6%. And the age of 12 to 17-year-olds actually fell negative 25.7%, while 18 to 25-year-olds was at 77.6. And then as you can see down here, there were more males than females over the from 2002 to 2010 that were abusing prescription drugs. This table is showing you the amount of sales in blue and the number of deaths along with the treatment. So they're all going up almost at the same amount or the same rate, excuse me. So that's kind of good. Well, not the sales and the deaths, but the treatment, yes. So here is from 2011, pharmaceutical misuse and abuse in emergency room visits were 18% with alcohol involved, while pharmaceutical misuse and abuse in emergency room visits seen a 114% increase during 2011, while in 2010, opioids taken alone or in combination with other drugs resulted in 60% of the deaths. In 1999, opioids alone or in combination with other drugs was 30%. So as you can see, from 1999 to 2010, it rose about 30%. So the number, this is from 2010. Opioid deaths in 2010 were at 16,651. Benzodiazepine overdose deaths in 2010 were at 6,497. And antidepressant overdose deaths were responsible for 3,889 people in 2010. So emergency room visits for pharmaceutical abuse in 2011 accounted for 1.4 million deaths. Emergency room visits due to opioids in 2011 was 42,000, and emergency room visits due to benzodiazepines was 425,000, excuse me. And then the reporting of non-medical use prescription drugs in 2011 was 14 million people. So, sorry, excuse me. Try to move this. Ooh. So the reporting of non-medical use of opioids in 2011 were 11 million people. Chronic use of opioids, which is non-medical use for 200 days or more in the past year, was a 75% increase between 2002 and 2003 and 2009 and 2010. So my results, the HHS found that prescribing trends, high volume prescribing, emergency departments, and hospital providers were drivers of opioid abuse. So as you can see here, the prescribing trends was a 69.7% increase in oxycodone, 69.4% increase in hydrocortisone, and then high volume prescribing was 60% of drugs prescribed in 6 months. Now the emergency departments and hospital providers wrote 10% of prescriptions for ages 20 to 39, and 13% of people cited emergency departments as a source for drugs. And in conclusion, many factors have contributed to the increase in prescription drug abuse and the rates of overdose in the last decade. Data indicates that a small percentage of providers are responsible for the majority of prescriptions. High volume prescribers are more likely to write prescriptions for patients who overdose. And that concludes my project. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions for Shalise? No? Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Stop sharing now.
I don't know. Hold on. It's like small now. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys.
No problem.
Hold on. Let me.
You're doing great.
So much.
It's a learning curve for all of us.
Yeah, it's like only showing the participants.
Go to your upper corner. Oh, go to your upper corner to view, so that you're back on. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Shalise. Wonderful.
You're welcome.
So far, we've had a wonderful experience with both of our presenters. Right, we're all learning in this new environment. Unfortunately, our next poster had to cancel. They had an emergency to deal with the military of all things, and she was going to talk about the military and her experiences in the military, and so she had to take care of something. So let's give Ana Maria Zamora, COVID vaccines, pros and cons, a minute to get ready. Are you here? Ana Maria? I don't think she's here.
I'm not seeing her name.
Yeah, don't see it.
Yeah, she's not here yet, so she'll probably come back in later. I believe she's in Colombia, so that might be an issue right now of her logging on. Is weather predicting ready with Courtney?
Yes, I am ready. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
Probably come back in later. I believe she's in Colombia, so that might be an issue right now of her.
What happened?
I don't know.
Ms. Isle,
Is weather predicting ready?
excuse me, Ms. Isle? Did you not see that she said she was
Yes,
ready?
I am ready. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
There you go.
I think somebody might have their YouTube channel on.
Should I be sharing my screen for weather predicting?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay, so today my group's presentation is on weather predicting. It's by me, Courtney, Darlene Gomez Valencia, and Brian Alvarez. In this PowerPoint, we will be looking at how weather prediction works, the history of weather predicting, and tools meteorologists use to observe weather conditions, as well as weather models and how they work. What is weather? Weather is the state of the atmosphere, which includes temperature, precipitation, humidity, cloudiness, visibility, pressure, and winds. Weather on Earth is caused by heat from the sun and movement of the air. All weather happens in the lower layer of Earth's atmosphere. The sun heats warm air in this layer to different temperatures in different places. On the left, we have a convection chart, and convection describes vertical transport of heat and moisture in the atmosphere, which produces wind and ocean currents. So how does weather affect us? Weather influences the growth of crops, which can affect the availability of the food we eat. It also affects the way that we dress and affects what we can or cannot do. For example, if it was raining, you probably wouldn't go to a park and have a picnic. The history of weather prediction. Early civilizations used recurring astronomical and meteorological events to help monitor season change. In 650 BC, Babylonians tried to predict short-term weather changes based on appearance of clouds and optical phenomena such as halos. In 300 BC, Chinese astronomers made a calendar that divided the year into 24 festivals, each one associated with a different type of weather. The pioneers of weather prediction. Nicholas Cusa invented the hydrometer, an instrument designed to measure humidity for air between 1401 and 1464. Galileo Galilei invented the early thermometer between 1564 and 1642. And Evangelista Torricelli from 1608 to 1647 invented the barometer, a tool used to measure atmospheric pressure. Data first became crucial to weather prediction in the mid-1800s when the telegraph was invented by David Aldrin, which transmits and receives messages over long distances. Weather prediction now. Today, weather-related data and the scientific discipline of statistics are much more sophisticated. Data now is collected through satellites, barometers, radars, weather balloons, and many other instruments on land, in water, or in the atmosphere. These instruments record atmospheric pressure, temperature, speed, rain, humidity, and many other components of current weather conditions. The weather prediction process starts with the aggregation of data from over 195,000 personal weather stations across the globe. They then combine that data with forecasting and statistical models to provide hyperlocal weather forecasts that we can see on our computers, tablets, and phones daily. A weather API is the key tool for turning data into helpful information. So what is API? API is a software intermediary that allows two applications to talk to each other. In other words, it is a messenger that delivers your request to the provider that you requested from and then delivers the response back to you. Some aspects that a weather API considers are storms and severe weather, seasonal changes, air quality levels, temperature changes, rainfall measurements, and unusual weather patterns. As you can see below, there is an active API decoding data and turning it into a weather prediction. Some tools that meteorologists use. The Doppler radar helps observe severe storms and can detect all types of precipitation, the rotation of thunderstorm clouds, airborne tornado debris, and wind strength and direction. Polar orbiting satellites orbit the Earth close to the surface, taking 6 or 7 images a day. Geostationary satellites stay over the same location on Earth, high above the surface, taking images of the Earth approximately every 30 seconds. We also have deep space satellites, which face the sun to monitor powerful solar storms and weather space. They also use radiosondes, are tied to weather balloons launched into the upper stratosphere and collect data every second of the day. We also have ASOS, automated surface observing systems that report data for sky conditions, surface visibility, precipitation, temperature, and winds up to 12 times an hour. Meteorologists also use supercomputers, which feed data collected into computerized NWS numerical forecast models. They also use AWIPS, which is Advanced Weather Information Processing Systems, that combine data from previous tools into a graphical interface that forecasters can use to analyze data and issue forecasts and weather warnings. Weather prediction models. Mathematical equations based on physics that characterize how air moves and heat and moisture are exchanged in the atmosphere. They make weather observations like pressure, wind, temperature, and moisture. We obtain this data from ground sensors and satellites, and the observations are made into models in a process called data assimilation. The inner working of models. The atmosphere is divided into a three-dimensional graph, and each grid point is given the assimilation data called the initial condition. Then at each point, the mathematical equations are applied and stepped forward in time. The outputs over many times specify future weather at all grid points. We have two main types of global weather models. We have the ECMWF, the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast, which is depicted in the top picture. And then we have the GFS, the National Weather Service's Global Forecast System, which is the American model depicted on the bottom. Both are global models that can provide predictions all over the world. We also have mesoscale models, which hone in on more specific regions and tend to be able to forecast small weather features like thunderstorms better than global models. This is an imperfect science. Each model assimilates data differently and uses different equations. They each also handle weather processes that occur between grid cells, such as turbulence and small cloud growth. They use different interpretations of fundamental equations and apply different assumptions, which can result in error. The average accuracy of weather prediction is roughly 80%, with forecasts less than 5 days out being up to 90% accurate, and forecasts past 5 days dropping to roughly 50% accuracy. Ensemble systems. These use various simulations of the same model to develop a family of alternative predictions by tweaking the initial conditions. This helps capture the range of uncertainty in forecasts and helps forecasters gain a better understanding of the range of possible outcomes in a certain situation. In conclusion, weather prediction has evolved to become much more sophisticated and analytical than the pioneers ever predicted. With new technologies such as AI, coupled with advancements in mathematical equations and procedures, meteorologists can make predictions on almost every facet of the weather that are increasingly more accurate. In fact, scientists are learning to seed moisture, which is artificial rain, into local weather patterns. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
When you were talking about the global weather sources that do the weather, are they usually pretty aligned, or is there sometimes big differences, and is one more accurate than the other?
I think that they're both roughly the same percent of accuracy, but we use an American model, which goes by our system, and then the European one goes by the metric system.
Okay, okay.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Courtney. What a beautiful presentation. I now understand the weather a little bit better. How it's not accurate because there is a source of error already. Models that they're using and the limited information that they get. All right, so go ahead and stop sharing your screen. So now we have, that was weather predicting by Courtney, Darlene, and Brian. Now we have global warming by Martha Gijon, Leon Lai, and Alan Hernandez. Are we ready?
Yes, we're ready.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so this is our presentation on global warming. So introduction. Climate change affects the social and environment determinants of heat, healthy, clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food, and secure shelter. Oh, the advanced greenhouse effect. So the way global warming works is that solar radiation passes through our clean atmosphere. Most of the radiation is absorbed by Earth's surface, and that's what causes it to get hotter. Some solar radiation is affected by the Earth and the atmosphere, but most of it does affect our Earth and makes it heat up. So the global warming direct effect. Waves, heat waves, short-term increase in mortality, especially among those in cardiovascular and or respiratory diseases, and increase in shock patients. Air pollution, increase in asthma and allergy patients, and storm and floods increase in morbidity and accidental deaths. So as you can see, global warming does affect us in several different ways, some of which are a lot more dangerous than others that can cause even death. Global warming indirect effect. So of course it rises infectious diseases, the expansion of mosquito and tick infected areas, the increase in mosquito activity and they carry diseases, of course, contamination of water and foods with bacteria, the increase in number of patients with water and foodborne infectious diseases, deterioration of the environment and social conditions, and an increase of risk of infectious diseases. So heat waves. As you can see in the graph from the Chicago metropolitan area, high temperatures in 1995 and are correlated with increases in the number of deaths. So you can see that the average daily deaths in 1990 and 2002 have been increasing over the years as the temperature increases. So electricity and global warming. So as we know, we all use electricity. We're using it right now for this Zoom call. So we use coals and gases that are burned and they produce steam. And that's what lets us use electricity. In 2019, the average annual electricity consumption for a US residential utility customer was 10,649 kilowatt hours, an average of about 877 kilowatts per hour per month. So we can see that we use most of the electricity, 38.3% for residential areas, 36.1% for commercial purposes, 25.4% for industrial purposes, and 0.2% for transportation. So the effects. So 40% of global CO2 emissions are emitted by electricity. So us just using electricity is causing the Earth to receive more CO2 emissions. So the global CO2 emissions in 2010 approached 30 gigatons, approximately 12 gigatons, or 40%, that are emitted from electricity generation through the combustion of fossil fuels. In 2014, 54% of global CO2 emissions came from three areas: China, the EU, and the United States of America. Cutting the cord. So given current trends and the best available scientific evidence, mankind probably needs to reduce total CO2 emissions by at least 80% by 2050. Of course, the earlier the better to reduce harmful effects. As you can see, we use 40% electricity, which is the total CO2 emissions. So our uses. Popular use of electricity at the moment is buying NFTs, which are digital art. So you actually go and buy this digital art and you own it. However, a sale of one of these digital arts consumed 8.7 megawatts hours of energy, and that figure is equivalent to 2 years of energy use in the average household. So this image in the center is the image that actually caused 2 years of energy use in an average household just by the person clicking the button and deciding to buy it. So other life's uses. The residential energy consumption survey data for 2015 indicated that heating was the largest use of electricity in homes. So the pie chart to the left shows residential sector electricity consumption by major types. And one of our major types of uses is heating. So if anyone out there likes, to heat up and stay warm during the winter, that's one of our leading uses of electricity for 2020. Global warming emissions by economic center. So the economic center uses 2.8% water waste and water, 17.4% in forestry, 13.5% in agriculture, 19.4% industry, 7.9% residential and commercial BLDG, 13% in transport, and 25% in energy supply. So reason why causing global warming is human activity. So the x-axis right here is the total population. The y-axis is our natural total. 175% global warming due to human activity. Natural total is below zero. Natural doesn't cause global warming. 100% global warming caused by human activity. So cybersecurity and global warming. Conversely, global warming and its effects on the climate, environment, and economic do have direct impact for in everyday lives, and it trickles down to cybersecurity. Some of our projected dangers include flooding in certain areas, prolongation to the wildfire season, spread of diseases, economic costs, scarcity of fresh water in certain areas. So cybersecurity and the global warming, the continuation. By 2030, global cost economy is $700 billion annually. Estimated 200 million people could be forced to leave their homes due to environmental changes by 2050. Economic damage caused by climate change could amount to 10% of gross domestic product by the end of our century. Over 2% of the world's total energy consumption caused by data centers, more Internet of Things. So our conclusion, global warming is due to human activity. Global warming on nursing perspective, global warming on electrical engineering perspective, and global warming on a cybersecurity perspective. Overall, global warming is caused by human activity. Human activity leaves a huge amount of eco footprints. Human reach it carrying capacity 7.5 billion overpopulated. The human population are estimated to grow 500 million in population every 6 years. The more human population growth, the more global warming. If humans don't work together to reduce ecological footprint, then global warming will continue to rise. That's the end of our presentation. Do you have any questions? No? All right, thank you so much.
All right, good job, team.
Mhm.
All right, so go ahead and stop sharing. And now to thank you for that interesting perspective on global warming. And I'm sure it's something that we'll be dealing with the next 50 years as we change the way that we create energy and use energy. So now we have Charmaine Bookhart, Giselle Jonas, and Amanda Hamilton for that interesting perspective on global warming. And I'm sure it's something that we'll be dealing with the next 50 years as we change the way that we create energy and use energy.
I particularly
All right, are we ready, Charmaine? The next.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I don't know if you can see me, but hi.
Hi.
Morning.
Good morning.
I have my presentation right here, so I'm gonna start sharing the screen. So today, my name's Giselle. I'm going to start talking about natural remedies across the cultures. This is by C. Berhart, Charmaine Berhart, Giselle Briones, and Amanda Hamilton. So as the popular saying goes, your health is your wealth. To survive, our ancestors had the ability to hunt a fortress for food, which involved, among other things, harnessing the power of discerning what are edible plants and what plants could be used to heal our bodies. Most of what was achieved through trial and error. With the rise of people going vegan and seeking out more natural or plant-based food source, there are growing interest in finding alternative remedies rather than chemical-based solutions. So right here we have a study. It was by Mitchell Cox and Valerie Mollers. They actually took a study of the population of South Africa. There are 60 million people in South Africa. A third still relies on natural remedies. As you can see here, there's different types. There's Black Africans, colored, white Africans, and Indian Asians. Each are color coded and have the percentage. As far as that, there are traditional medicines in South Africa. They're mostly found in nature in various forms, such as plants, animals, or minerals. Traditional medicine in women and man in Sagamna or Igenya or herbalist. They undergo a lengthy initiation ceremony, which it's about learning about traditional medical plants and deviation. It's a calling from the ancestors, as they say. Oral traditions do help preserve the knowledge to be passed on to future generations. So there are medicines that they do use in South Africa. So the Zulu people and the Xhosa people, they actually use traditional medicines in the form of plant-based or inhalants to keep the evil spirits away from infants. They're also used like to treat gynecological conditions, disorders. Medicines also do tend to bring good luck. So it's also a cross-country cultural borrowing. It does relieve fears and anxiety from everyday life. So I'm not sure if any of you have that. Maybe a natural medicine can help you out. As far as that, there are challenges for natural remedies. There was colonialism, commercialization, medical industrial complex, rise of patriarchy, and white male doctors. So there is a person named Said Musa who was a folk herbalist and wellness educator. She said the dominance of Western medicines in the form of industrial complexes promoted to ensure the traditional way was still used. As far as that, she remarks that the United States enslaved women and used cotton bark for reproduction. And then as far as that, the contemporary uses of natural remedies, they are used in multi-billion-dollar industries, and they have been rediscovered. There's also turmeric, marijuana, or which is used in CBD. There's those pins that they use are called CBD pins. There's morgina and agazuca. And right here is a study that was done. This is for users of hypertension. This was a cross-sectional descriptive study to determine the prevalence of natural remedy used for hypertension. There was 135 random South Africans selected in this study. And as far as that, the results of the study is shown on the right. So it was 21 were hypotension, 82% were female, 96 were unemployed, 56 were 55 to 64 years old, 51.90 were occasional natural remedy users, and 63 were using the natural remedy with tea. So on to the next subject was melatonin. We also known as mother hormone of biology. Melatonin was first discovered to be an antioxidant in 1993 by Aaron B. Lerner. Melatonin does have a direct connection with our sleep and wake cycle. People do use it for sleep deprivation, insomnia, jet lag, shift work, or some people also give it to infants so they can go to sleep. So melatonin at a biological insight, it is a hormone of the pineal gland and deals with biological timing. Melatonin secretion is to transfer information about length of night and day changes with reproductive process. And the human circadian clock shifts to earlier or later delay phase shift times. And melatonin has an acute sleepiness inducing and temperature lowering effects during the daytime, which is suitably timed and the most effective when it's around dusk or dawn. There was a melatonin study that we did research, and it was basically 55 to 77-year-olds did take a certain amount of melatonin, and this happened from 1980 to 2013. The maximum concentrations measured in the serum and urine were all evaluated and compared to the placebo, and proven higher evaluation in older adults than younger adults. There were no differences between the times to reach the maximum concentration levels in the serum and urine, although the melatonin levels were higher doses and were holding longer than the melatonin with lower doses. So it affected the older adults more. So there are pros and cons when it comes to melatonin. Melatonin functions as both a hormone and antioxidant. Doctors can prescribe or it can be purchased over the counter. Also, researchers do suggest that melatonin can assist in cancer prevention, which helps in slowing down the aging process. Some side effects of melatonin can activate the skin's melanocyte cells and develop pigment for the individuals fighting against aging spots. There are some pigment, a rash, if you can see right there on the baby. That's one of the side effects that can happen to people. Melatonin can also worsen symptoms of depression, and also melatonin can cause drowsiness, can decrease your fertility, cause severe headaches, and reduce sex drive. So our next subject or herb was marijuana. Marijuana also has different names. It's considered pot, ganja, bud, grass, herb, or Mary Jane. The main chemical is THC, or in the long form, delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. And then CBD is also connected and related to marijuana. It is a mixture of dried flowers of cannabis sativa. So marijuana, there was a national survey of marijuana risks and benefits. So the benefits, it helped people with cancer. It's shown to help them kind of ease the pain. As far as that, it does help with chronic pain. It helped with people with drug addiction and alcoholism, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and social anxiety. It would help these people mentally be more stable, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy. And there are risks. Some people believe that it will affect mental health problems such as schizophrenia. It seemed to make it worse. They believe there was testicular cancer, and respiratory disease was also related to marijuana. And this was a based online survey. 16,280 adults participated. They were ages 18 and up. As far as that, the results of the marijuana survey, out of those 16,250 adults who participated, 55.3% answered to the online survey. 14.6 of those 55 0.3% reported using marijuana in the past year. 81% of the adults that believe marijuana had one benefit, and 17% of those 55.3 believe that it has no benefits. So the most benefit cited was pain management, which was 60%, 66%. It was believed that it helped with their pain, and also the most common risk cited was legal problems, such as people crossing it across the country, people getting in trouble, getting pulled over, or as people say now, driving high, or intoxicated while high. It was 51.8% who believed that legal problems was a big risk. And then for conclusions, the study does give insight of the natural remedy to use to treat hypertension. The cost of natural remedies versus prescription meds, there's a big difference. It's a little less, I believe. And concerns for safety of potential herb-drug use interactions. Oh my God, I don't know what happened. And then lower doses of melatonin for older adults are recommended. So if you have an older grandma, uncle, if they take melatonin, make sure to recommend the lower dosage. And marijuana does have a variety of risk and benefits. It also can be used in a variety of ways. As far as that was our presentation, and thank you. Have a good day. Any questions?
So given that, hi, this is Professor Camarena. Given that our country is most likely going to pass a sort of marijuana law, or make it not a high level drug, but more of a recreational, do you think we should keep studying and seeing what the effects are so that we can be careful?
I believe that we should keep studying, because based off the studies and research that I did, there was people who were saying like driving high is like driving drunk and impairs your driving. That was like a big thing. But I feel like as a recreational use, if you're at home and possibly just laying around or chilling with your friends, you should be able to use it. It is legal in California, not in other states. But I do think that we should do further studies just to see the effects.
Good answer. Noah?
Yes. Which slide of your presentation was important to you?
Personally, it was the marijuana.
Can I see it again?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sharing.
Maria, this sounds really interesting to what I heard, because with me, in my health class last year, I did a research on how people use cannabidiol, which is all right, but I don't think it's a great idea to do that every day, which represents to how bad it is to have marijuana every day. What do you think?
So I can't say I agree or disagree. I personally think that everyone is to their own opinion on marijuana, and everyone should choose whether or not they want to use it. I mean, a lot of people know the risk when they are using marijuana or any type of oil connected with marijuana. So if this person wants to use it every day, they already know what they're risking. As far as that personally, in my personal opinion, it is okay to use it once in a while or when needed, just to use it as a remedy, because obviously it's not healthy in some ways. but I mean, there's nothing wrong with using it. Just as an everyday use, there has its risk and benefits. It really depends. And also there has to be more research done to see.
Sounds understandable.
Yes.
Any further questions for our panelists? Great question, Noah. I think one of the things about any drug out there, you know, whether it's popular like caffeine, right? It is a drug. You can misuse caffeine. People do get withdrawal syndrome from not drinking their coffee. Yeah, it's personal choice. And that's one of the things we need to be careful of is in our choices, do we overdo it, right? Just like with alcohol, cigarettes, the whole thing. It's a great question. Great thing to think about. You know, when does it become a hindrance and not a help, right? That's a line that can be crossed so easily. Any further questions? All right, awesome.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Bye.
Wonderful information. So now we have, so that was natural remedies. So now we have the cost of a college education with Mr. Joe Soto, Crystal Rodriguez, and Corelli. I will put up their PowerPoint and then they will just tell me to go on to the next slide when they're ready. So that means I have to, hold on, let me open it up first. And then I gotta share my screen to share that particular, and then I will play it. So go ahead, Mr. Soto. Are you going to be the one presenting?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody, faculty, student body. I'm Joseph Soto. I'm a 20-year Navy veteran. I am doing my dream job right now as a military civilian contractor. I love my job. I love my life. I'm born and raised in San Diego, California. I got a great professor and I love going to City College. I'm a cybersecurity major, and our presentation is the cost and benefits of a college education by myself, Joseph Soto, Crystal Rodriguez, Corelli Rojas, and Adelina Manuel. Our mentor is none other than Professor Camarena, and we go to San Diego City College. Next slide. Introduction. Now, today, a higher education is almost essential to make ends meet. The benefits of a higher education include more career opportunities, financial stability, job security, personal development, and a sense of accomplishment or setting a foundation for the next generation. Whether your goal is to obtain a certificate, degree, or simply earn credits to advance in your career, the cost of continuing your education can be a roadblock for some. Today, we will go over many resources that are available to help you pay for your continued education. In 1965, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Higher Education Act of 1965 and established the U.S. government as the primary provider of financial aid. The resources listed below can assist with the cost of attending school and the additional school expenses. GI Bill, FAFSA, Federal Work Study, CARES Act, scholarship, grants, student loans. Finding the correct college that gets you started towards a career is always a good move. Finding resources to help pay for the dream takes ingenuity and time to research, but it is well worth the effort. Next slide. Next slide.
Okay.
Important.
Joe, can you see the next slide?
Yes, sir. Important considerations. Now, do you want to go locally or out of state? Locally, you live at home, less housing expenses and resident tuition rates. Relocating includes moving, housing, and traveling expenses and non-resident tuition fees. Private or public school. Public institutions are funded by state, and federal monies, while private institutions may not receive funding from the government. Thus, operating costs are funded by private funds and student fees. Accredited. An accredited school means that the institution meets certain standards of the educational quality. Next slide. Important considerations, part 2. On or off campus. Living on campus, convenience with a higher cost. Off campus, roommates decrease costs, but travel time increases. Cost of tuition. Reflect on whether or not tuition costs are worth future and potential career opportunities and income prospects. School activities. School activities and athletic events are extra expenses. Career placements available. Career placements should not be a deal breaker, but the support in securing a job right after completing your higher education is always nice. Next slide. Additional expenses. Continuing your education consists of various other expenses: health fees, transportation, gas, parking, or bus passes, internet access, family needs like daycare and clothing, books and lab kits, room and board, activities, school supplies, technology. Scholarship grants and part-time work can help pay for expenses. Next slide. The GI Bill. In 1944, President Franklin Roosevelt signed the Servicemen Readjustment Act, which is now known as the GI Bill. The GI Bill can be used to assist with the cost of living allowances, books, and can be transferred to military dependents. Tuition assistance. Now, I like tuition assistance because instead of going into the GI Bill, when I was in the military members can use this without going into the GI Bill. It's open to all the military branches, and as it's stated as follow: Army gets up to $4,000 per year, Navy $4,500 per year, Air Force $4,500 per year, Marine Corps $4,500 per year, Coast Guard up to $2,250 per year. Since signing the Servicemen Readjustment Act, the act has been amended several times. Next slide. GI Bill amendments. 1984 Montgomery GI Bill. GI Bill is named for Mississippi Congressman Gillespie v. Sonny Montgomery. The GI Bill lives on assuring veterans will not only have educational benefits, but also a home loan guarantee. Now, after 9/11, the GI Bill turned into the post 9/11. This provides veterans with a 15-year window, a living allowance, money for books, and the ability to transfer the unused benefits to spouses or children. And in 2017, the GI Bill turned into the Forever GI Bill signed by President Trump. This eliminated the 15-year time limit, and it's now the Forever GI Bill. So after 2017, there's no longer a time limit on the GI Bill. So each year after 2017, the GI Bill will continue to get stronger for military veterans and their dependents. Next slide. FAFSA, FAFSA stands for Free Application for Federal Student Aid. The FAFSA determines a family's eligibility for grants, work study, loans to pay for college. The FAFSA is available beginning on October 1st and needs to be submitted by June 30th. Eligibility: be a U.S. citizen or an eligible non-citizen. Have a valid Social Security number. Be enrolled or accepted for enrollment as a regular student in an eligible degree or certificate program. Maintain satisfactory academic progress in college or career school. Show you're qualified to obtain a college or career school education. Disqualifications: past due student loans, unsatisfactory academic records, convicted felony drug offenses while receiving financial aid. Next slide. Federal Work Study. Federal Work Study provides part-time jobs for undergraduates and graduate students with financial needs. Federal Work Study allows students to gain experience in the work field, network, and make professional connections that may lead to full-time job opportunities and earn money to pay for your continued educations. Requirements for this: be enrolled in at least 6 units, have unmet needs of at least $5,000, have met the satisfactory academic progress standards. Additional information: federal work studies are extremely limited. Federal work studies range from $1,000 to $5,000 per school year. Students are paid a salary that is at least equal to the current minimum wage. The maximum amount of hours is 35 hours per week. Provides eligibility for other programs. Next slide. CARES Act. Due to the ongoing pandemic, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act was offered to assist students who may have experienced financial hardship due to the COVID pandemic. This is a one-time offer and will not be offered regularly. Eligibility: enrolled at City, Mesa, or Miramar during spring 2021. Experience financial hardship due to the extenuating circumstances. Hardships: food, housing, course materials, technology, healthcare, childcare, moving. Next slide. Scholarships and grants. Scholarships and grants that are gifts are awarded to you and do not need to be paid back. May give you the advantage over others by being a recipient of such awards. Come in small and big amounts. Every dollar counts. Many scholarships are awarded based on the major specific school or purpose. Make sure you read and understand the terms of your scholarships or grants. Next slide. School loans, student loans, subsidized and unsubsidized loans are federal student loans for eligible students to help cover the cost of higher education. They eventually have to be paid back. Subsidized loans. Subsidized loans are for undergraduate students with financial needs as determined by your cost of attendance minus expected family contribution and other financial aid. Subsidized loans do not accrue interest while you are in school half-time or during deferment periods. Unsubsidized loans. Unsubsidized loans are for both undergraduate, graduate students. Eligibility is determined by your cost of attendance minus other financial interest is charged during in school, in deferment and grace periods. Next slide. cosmetology degree costs. There are different cosmetology categories that fall into cosmetology. Now, these prices are just based off of one school, which means it depends on the school you plan to attend. The tuition can range from $5,000 to $20,000. It all depends on the level of the school. These kits include all of the necessities that every category requires, such as hair clippers, nail fills, etc. Barbering tuition, $19,175. Kit is $1,700. Total is $20,875. Esthetician tuition is $8,720. Kit is $1,300. That total is $10,020. Manicurist tuition is $3,995. Kit is $655 with a grand total of $4,650. Next slide. Cosmetology incomes. Theatrical and performance makeup artists, the median salary is $64,250. Skincare specialists, median salary $31,290. Beauty copywriter, median salary is $51,221. Corporate trainer, median salary $55,479. Public relations specialist, median salary $60,000. Nail technician, lowest is $23,420. Median salary $25,770. Highest is $30,200. Hairstylist, top earner $45,000. First quarter $21,000. Average $29,779. Third quarter $32,000. Next slide. Summary. A higher education is an investment in yourself and your future. It is crucial to be aware of the many programs available to help you pay for your continued education so that you will be able to complete your education goals. There are many barriers that may keep us from furthering our education. The ability to not be able to afford college should not be one. There are options from technical schools, community colleges, private and public universities. Finding the right option for you might involve conducting a cost analysis. Looking at the cost breakdown of attending school is eye-opening. Ideally, you want to ensure that the cost of your tuition is worth the income and is rewarding to your soul. Part of what was fun about this project was finding information using different sources and working together as a group outside of class. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
So, well, I have two questions actually. One's just curiosity. Have you found, either through personal experience or through your research, that with the amendments to the GI Bill, does it keep pace with increased tuition costs, or? Yes,
it does. Me personally, I'm somewhat biased because as a military member and also having friends and constituents graduating from school. I have a friend of mine. He's not even graduated. He's not even retired from the Navy yet. He has his doctorates.
Oh, wow.
He's a chief in the Navy, and the only time he had to use his GI Bill was during his doctorates program.
Wow.
That's the only time he uses doctorates program. And I said, I did not even know that. Is because I was so ingrained in my job. I had tunnel vision while I was in the Navy. I was so busy working. I would get off work and not realize there was all these treasures. When you're in the military, it's like looking for buried treasure while you're out there. tuition assistant, as long as you're passing your classes, Uncle Sam is paying for your classes, and you don't even have to dip into your GI Bill, which is why they offer you the opportunity to either give your GI Bill to your spouses or to your kids. So my buddy Brian Sandman, it goes by Dr. Sandman or Chief Sandman. He's going to retire September 11th this year. He has his associates, his bachelor's, his master's, and his doctorates. And the GI Bill continues to get stronger and stronger and stronger for the veteran and their families. And also, there's also a program called the Voc Rehab for veterans who have a disability and they want to continue working on more certifications or another degree. If they have a disability, they can also get more funding. If they want to work on a second degree or more certifications, there's also that program.
And then my other question was, just quickly, is there one source in particular that you found most useful in helping guide the decision-making process? So I know at least 2 of us professors have kids going to college in the next year, so.
I'm sorry, you broke up there briefly.
I was saying that I know at least 2 of us professors have kids that are going to college in the next year. And so I was wondering if you had if one source stuck out to you as a source that provided the best information to help guide the decision-making process.
As far as college
and funding and making those choices.
Best thing to do, of course, it's always helping to go on, do the research as far as going online. Having the kids go online, talk to other students that have gone to the school. The most important thing is getting a feel for the school. My daughter went to University of Boulder, Colorado, and she fell in love with the campus. And the school was just very down to earth, and they really cared about the students' education. You want to make sure that the school's known for their academics and not being a party school. That's the very important thing. How does the school stand on academics? How does the school stand about veterans, people with disabilities, people with learning problems? What kind of programs do they offer for the students? Financial aids, people with problems, or people with that want to do an accelerated program. There are so many schools, and of course, they want to make sure the school that they're going to. They want to make sure they're going to a school that's not going to be obsolete. I had a couple of friends that went to 2 schools that are no longer in service anymore. They went to 2 trade schools, Coleman College and ITT. They were 2 great schools at the time, but they're no longer around. And while their certifications are great and they're still in service, their degrees are no longer, they're obsolete now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other
Thank
questions?
You. We have time for one more.
Noah?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Joe. Which school did your daughter attend to, and what did she major in?
Michaela went to school for what's that? I can't even pronounce it. Kinesiology.
Wow.
Yeah. She when she went to Santa Fe Christian, she used to help the football team with physical therapy, and she just kind of fell in love with the whole physical therapy as far as helping the athletes recuperate from their injuries. And pretty much you get into that field with helping people get into therapy, physical therapy, and that field is a lucrative field. but it's also a great field in terms of helping people recuperate and rehabilitate their muscles and their injuries.
Sounds interesting.
Awesome.
Any other questions?
So thank you so much for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to be going forward. Thank you for that great presentation on paying for college, and finding ways to get there and not giving up. Let me now go back to a panelist that we had inadvertently made an attendee instead of a host, so she couldn't participate yet. And my computer is lagging for a reason. Hold on. All right, Anna, are you
Hi,
there?
sir. Yes.
Hi, Anna. Let me make sure that I have your picture. Can you share your information with us?
My information? Like,
Your presentation that you're going to do.
yeah. Yes, sir. Should I
No
share?
problem. Ana Maria Zamora is going to do a presentation on COVID, right?
Yes.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Wait. What if COVID-19 vaccines were an opportunity now in the middle of a pandemic? Good morning, everyone. I am Ana Maria Zamora. Thank you for the opportunity to share my project. As January 2020, it was announced that a novel coronavirus had been identified in samples obtained from cases of a pneumonia of unknown cause detected in Wuhan, China. The virus was referred as a SARS-CoV-2 and the associated disease was COVID-19. According to data from WHO, as April 14, we have almost 137 million of confirmed cases and almost 3 million of deaths around the world. United States have 31 millions of confirmed cases and 500,000 of deaths. America is leading the situation with 56 millions of cases and 1,300,000 deaths. The most common symptoms related to this disease are fever, cough, and shortness of breath. SARS-CoV-2 is a member of beta coronavirus and is named for the protein spikes that is in the surface that resembles the tiny pines in a crown. SARS-CoV-2 has a size of 29 kilobase. The nucleocapsid, this one, contains the RNA and the phospholipid bilayer member is covered by 2 types of spike proteins. Why is it so important to talk about SARS-CoV-2 variants? Because there is a concern about the efficacy of the vaccine against the new variants. So the CDC has classified the new variants and I want to point your attention to what has been described as a variant of concern, these ones. Those with evidence of increase of transmissibility, more severe disease like hospitalization and risk of death. These are those from Brazil, South Africa, 2 from California, and 1 from England. Why vaccines are so important? Because vaccines provide the immune system with the necessary instruction for recognize and mobilize lines of defense against disease caused by microorganisms. What is the risk factor for vaccine efficacy? All of those that contribute for a weakening of the immune system, like obesity, type 2 diabetes, cancer, malnutrition, defect on the telomere shortening, immunosuppressive drugs, and those status associated with high viral mortality, like poor sanitation and social disparity. These are the strategies used to develop vaccines. So we have inactivate vaccines. These use virus chemical inactivate. For example, the Sinopharm vaccine. Recombinant proteins vaccines, when just spike proteins are used to produce the vaccine. For example, Moderna and Pfizer vaccines. Viral vector vaccines, this contains another virus, for example, an adenovirus, to produce the vaccine. So the example of this is the AstraZeneca vaccine and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And we have the RNA and DNA vaccines. To talk about the side effects, first I want to say that symptoms are a small inconvenience for a huge benefits. For example, Pfizer vaccine has an efficiency of 95% and Moderna vaccine has an efficiency higher than 94%. Symptoms after vaccine dose are called reactogenic response. A vaccine only works if they make a mimic of the pathogen well enough that a strong memory immune response is created. Side effects are worse after the second dose, and severe adverse events are very rare. For Pfizer vaccine are less than 0.05 and for Moderna vaccine is less than 0.1. This table summarizes the authorized and recommended vaccines in the United States. We have the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine. Both of them are using messenger RNA from the virus. Pfizer vaccine is recommended for people older than 60 years old. Moderna is recommended for people older than 18 years old. We need 2 doses of both vaccine and we are going to have immunity after 2 weeks after the second dose. Side effects are really minor, like pain, redness, swelling, injection in the side pain, fatigue, fever, nausea. Talking about Johnson & Johnson vaccine, as April 12, federal health agencies have called for a halt, that is a lot of cautious, to use the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because 6 people in the United States have developed blood clots in 6 to 13 days after the vaccination. Those individuals were women between 18 and 48 years. One had died, the other one is hospitalized. The disease is known as cerebral venous sinus thrombosis. However, in the United States have been administered almost 7 million of doses of this vaccine. COVID-19 and pregnancy. The benefits from vaccination against COVID-19 are huge. Data suggests that neonates born from women with active infection can be more likely to be born preterm. That is less than 40 weeks of pregnancy. It is unlikely that the RNA material in the vaccine reach the bloodstream and after that pass into the milk. Breastfeeding women should be offered the vaccination if they don't have any contraindication. And mothers that are vaccinated against SARS-CoV-2 can produce antibodies that can protect the baby, the infant. The percentage of population that needs to be vaccinated to reach herd immunity is from 75 to 85%. Why? Because in that way, the virus can find another host to mutate. As April 14, 23% of the American USA population have been fully vaccinated. So what can be done in order to address vaccination hesitancy? Well, first, public health organizations should use communication campaigns to link experts with lay people. Second, vaccination should be offered by free and without prescription. And last but not least, help early adopters to communicate about their decision with general population. As a take-home message, I will say that vaccines aren't 100% effective. We all have different immune systems that respond differently to the COVID-19 vaccine. This doesn't mean that the vaccine aren't effective. The vaccine are extremely effective preventing severe illness, hospitalization, and death. But however, the 85% of the population is fully vaccinated. We need to continue to take precaution even after being fully vaccinated. Thank you.
Question? Any questions for Ms. Ana Maria Zamora?
Sí.
Yes.
Um, which slide was important to you?
Wait, I will say that the slide about the vaccines that are authorized in United States, because those are our resource.
That's right.
Do you want to share? Okay, sorry. Where is that one? I will say this one.
Oh yes, I like that one.
I don't know what is happening here. Sorry. Yeah, I like that one because it's a brief about what are our options, who should receive which vaccines. However, all the doctors says that the better vaccine is the one that you can get enough, as soon as possible. Talking about the Johnson and Johnson vaccine, there is a cautious about that vaccine. But however, in America, in the United States, you have two another options that has a lot of data behind that. So yeah.
That's a great presentation, Ana Maria. Thank you so much. Could you kindly tell us where you are talking from, what area of the world you're at right now?
Right now I am in Cali, Colombia.
Ana Maria, this is Professor Jessup. I was wondering.
That's a great presentation, Ana Maria. Thank you so much.
If you had
Could you
opinion.
kindly tell us where you are talking from, what area of the world you're at right now?
Right now I am in Cali, Colombia. I think that I have an echo in my computer. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's somebody, if you come in, make sure the YouTube is not next to you so it doesn't repeat. But very good, Ana Maria, thank you for sharing the information. I was actually very curious because I am from Costa Rica. I know you're in Colombia, and I know the vaccines that come to Costa Rica are very different than the ones going to the US. So I was curious if that's what's happening in Colombia too.
Here in Colombia, we have AstraZeneca and Pfizer for now. So, and the majority of the doses that we have available here are those from AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca has the same problems than Johnson and Johnson, the blood clot production, and it's the same disease, the sinus cerebral thrombosis. And people here is like about get the full protocol, but I will say that women between 18 and 55 years old with risk factor for produce blood clots, like oral contraceptive, drugs, smoke, sedentary, obesity, lot of pregnancies, they should be cautious about that option. We have Pfizer vaccine here. Pfizer vaccine has a lot of data, good results. They have started two studies, one in adolescents and the other one in toddlers. So they are looking for if that vaccine could be able for that population in the future. I don't know what will be the vaccines that are going to Costa Rica, but um, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful information. George, did you have one last question?
Yes, I did. I was wanting to know if, since she has done this research, if she had an opinion on countries that are requiring all citizens to be vaccinated, such as South Africa, where my brother is. And also if she feels that there should be a passport to prove you're vaccinated, which could be something difficult.
Yeah, talking about that, when I talk about the COVID-19 variants, I think that I was nervous and I skipped some part of the information. So talking about caution of variants, I think everybody knows about the variants from Brazil, England, and South Africa. And the South African variant is like a yellow, it's a scream because Pfizer and Moderna haven't data related to the efficacy against that variant. The only thing that they say is once a person reach the 2 dose, that person should be able to develop antibodies against that variant, that COVID-19 variant. So I think that the problem is if more people has hesitancy against to get the vaccine, we are making that more people is unprotected against. I mean, nobody is safe until everybody, or at least 85% of global population, get the full vaccine protocol. So that which brings me to the next question: should we ask for a passport for everybody when they want to restart their normal life, the usual life? And and I say yes, because it's not just about me, it's about people around me. And what about, I mean, one situation is in United States when you have all this money, all this big pharmacy industry, and you have like more than 200 doses to be able to reach that kind of people. But what about countries like Colombia? What about countries in South Africa, where they don't have the money to buy those vaccines? I mean, the patent is on. Nobody is giving away a patent about a vaccine. So yeah, if that kind of people has the privilege to get a dose, a vaccine, that people should be, I'm not gonna say push or obligate to get the vaccine. But if we want to be fair with everyone and we want to live in a positive society, that people that get access to that vaccine, that those 2 or 1 dose, depend of the vaccine, that people should be forced to have that vaccine, because there are a lot of people that don't have the opportunity because the government doesn't have the money, because the patent is too expensive, and that country can pay for that patency. So there is a lot of reason to force the people that have access to the vaccine to get the vaccine.
Right. Thank you, Anna. That's a really interesting take on something that we don't think about in this country, where we do have access through our medical care or through our government saying everybody get vaccinated. It makes it easier that way. But it's food for thought when you're living in a country in which most of the people won't be able to get vaccinated because they cannot afford it, or the government can't afford it. So it's up to the people who can afford it, and that's the argument, is that the people who can't afford it can protect the ones who can't, because they're building the herd immunity. Interesting.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kali. That was an awesome presentation. Thank you so much. Any further questions before we move forward? Thank you once again, Anna. Thank you for participating. So that leaves us to our next dance experience before COVID hit by Noah Olais Valecruz. Are we ready?
I'm ready. I just need to get my presentation set up. Hello, folks. My name is Noah Valacruz, and I'd like to present you my 17th project PowerPoint about my dance experience that I had currently. And before I began dancing, my real experience, I felt some groovy inspirations of Michael Jackson when I was in elementary school and during my free times playing this game on Nintendo Wii. And I also did one inspiration move after I got a picture with the wax model in 2 separate locations. First in Bangkok, Thailand.
No, your slideshow is not working.
My slideshow's not working?
Or maybe you should share. Are you
Sure. Terribly sorry.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Okay, no. Okay, sorry, everyone. I did one inspiration move after I got the picture with the wax model, first in Bangkok, Thailand, and Las Vegas, Nevada at Madame Tussauds. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Sorry. How and when I began dancing. During my second year living in Bangkok, Thailand in 2013, I got into ballet because my mom suggested me to move my body a little more. And my instructor, Lena Rashkova, was born and raised in Bulgaria, but was Russian trained with little bits of severity, even though I didn't find her too bad. When I first started ballet 8 years ago, I felt a little nervous because I thought I wouldn't have enough flexibility after I got used to feeling a little soreness in some parts of my muscles. Her methodology was interesting, but even though she was strict, all I had to do was follow her instructions as long as I trained well and hard enough in order to make progress. Rehearsing for performances. When I auditioned, hold on. Okay, there we go. When I auditioned for all these performances, it would take at least 4 months to rehearse and practice my dance routines after I got my role of character. Okay, and according to my last rehearsals of dance routines, this was my favorite year being in a professional ballet performance called Midsummer Night's Dream. Okay. Performances that I like the most. 2 of the performances I enjoyed were Midsummer Night's Dream and The Nutcracker. And here I am in these pics that I took back then. And during this time at Virginia Ballet Company, my mom got my sister and I enrolled in August 2015 while my dad worked in Afghanistan back then. And for the Nutcracker in Virginia, December 2015, these were all the pics that we took shots of after our Nutcracker performance, which built lots of impression. Secondly, I thought these pics of me would be interesting after I performed and acted a little in Snow White. Next, after I moved back to San Diego, I was very happy to become the main star in the Nutcracker presentation that I danced in a lot, even though I practiced after a couple months in order to create success. In June 2017, it was the most beautiful beginning to perform in Swan Lake. After we did this for After we rehearsed and trained for 4 months, 5 years ago. Nutcracker visits, how my performance improved. All my Nutcracker performances and visits improved to be satisfying and amazing. When I performed the Nutcracker 4 times, I thought it was a little tiring because it took lots of effort to make myself feel impressed with all the movements and routines I created and even learned also. What other dances I got into besides from ballet? The other dances that I got into besides from ballet were modern and hip hop. And the reasons to that was that when I dressed up in my own styles and moods, it helped me, to move my body a little more extensively, even though it gets a little tiring to how I learn and train a little hard. Post-COVID coaching. When I first began my virtual dance classes after COVID hit last year in March, I was a little depressed because I enjoyed doing them in person most of the times. But however, I was able to get used to doing it virtually at home after we had to cancel our dance rehearsals that we were supposed to have for our in-person performance last year in May. And the other thing is that during that moment, I was able to get used to how I learned to dance virtually on Zoom while following our instructor's directions and movements. Rehearsing on Zoom. When I began to rehearse for my dances on Zoom, I was able to follow along with our choreographers as long as we moved in the right directions. Although some students didn't show up a lot, at least a couple of us got to participate while we trained for at least an hour. And during this moment of time, when we perform, we will have it recorded near the upper floor of the C building, near the bathrooms, on campus. Soon performing at San Diego City College. We began our auditions on the last week of February, and I started to rehearse on Thursdays and Fridays and did it for at least an hour each. Our virtual performance this year in May is on the 16th at 3 p.m. And we'll be available to watch the film at the end of this semester. And to all these performances I danced in were very exciting and satisfying. And first, I began to dance in Midsummer Night's Dream back then in June 2015 in Thailand, Nutcracker in December 2015, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs in April 2016, and also the Nutcracker 4 times here in California, which wasn't too bad. And these last 3 performances, Swan Lake, Sleeping Beauty, and Cinderella, were taking place here in San Diego also. And also, as I forgot a little, the Nutcracker performance I performed first took place in Virginia in 2015. And these last 4 were all taking place in Chula Vista, San Diego, California. Thanks for letting me present, everyone.
Do we have any questions?
I have a question. Do you feel like you're going to have when do you feel like you're going to get a chance to start dancing in person or live again? Do you think that that's on the horizon or still a long ways out?
Yeah, it's up to our dance director, but
and do you miss that?
Yeah, I missed that after COVID hit last year, and I'm really glad that some of us will start performing and dancing on campus outside the theater. As we're doing little by little, we're just gonna get our groups recorded as long as we get everything complete before the semester ends.
That's amazing. It seems to me like you really love to express yourself through dance, and that you participated in many dances. Is there a specific reason why you choose these particular dances, or are those just the ones that get played the most for dance companies?
Well, the reason why, even though I started dancing a little late at age 14, I didn't find it too bad, but all I had to do was just get my body moving in order to become professional and strong.
Excellent.
I'm gonna go with Charmaine first, who's raising her hand.
Oh, cool.
Hey, first of all, I just wanted to say congratulations on having such an illustrious dance career already. And my question is that when you guys do your performance that you said you're going to be having on campus, are you guys going to be wearing masks, or are you going to be without masks?
Yeah, on campus, we first have to mask up, sanitize, and wear gloves while we social distance. And last but not least, Professor Jessup.
I'm really curious as to how you're going to practice to dance on cement versus a stage, which you've always been on. I think that to perform, especially a ballet maneuver on cement, would be like super difficult, and I'm wondering where you're practicing that.
Okay. Well, Professor Jessup, as I said, we'll be practicing and dancing up near the C building near the bathrooms, as long as we practice social distancing with our mask on and gloves on. And we won't do anything too extensive, like any flips or hard, or anything that's too hard, or else we'll fracture our bones or something.
That's what I was curious about. Okay, so you are modifying your performance because you're not allowed to have a wood stage as normal. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jessup.
All right, so let's go forward. Is Tatiana Rose?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay. Here it goes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tatiana Bu. For my project-based learning assignment for Poly 102, I donated my time and skills to the worthy causes of a local 501c, Outdoor Outreach. This nonprofit works to connect youth to the transformative powers of the outdoors. This year, Outdoor Outreach will pursue a new federal grant opportunity that focuses on increasing outdoor experiences for underserved communities, thus improving their health and wellness. I helped the nonprofit by developing a robust community planning process to gather input from community members that will help to inform Outdoor Outreach's program design. I engaged with at least 45 multi-generational San Diego residents, including 20 youth, 15 parents, and 10 older adults, while conducting presentations, interviews, focus groups, community meetings, and surveys. Today, I present to you my preliminary findings and speculate on the future of this project. Outdoor Outreach was founded in 1999 by Chris Ruggers with the idea that an opportunity to connect and find joy in the outdoors would empower at-risk youth to make positive changes in their lives. Chris, a former professional skier, credits his love of the outdoor sports with helping him overcome his own difficult childhood, and strove to provide others with the same life-changing opportunities. Since 1999, Outdoor Outreach has provided opportunities for more than 16,000 young people from underserved communities to explore their world, challenge themselves, and discover what they're capable of. In high school, I struggled with my mental health, and when I participated in Outdoor Outreach, it changed my world. Through the nonprofit, I have prospered, healed, and see myself in a new light, ready to take on any obstacles I will encounter. Mentioned, Outdoor Outreach is a 501c3, which is classified as a nonprofit organization. A majority of nonprofits acquire money through donations, fundraising, and applying for grants. They're required by the federal government to fill out Form 99 in order to give checks and balances of the money they've acquired over the year. Since nonprofits are public domain, the public themselves are able to see the nonprofit's revenue and income. This year, Outdoor Outreach is applying for the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, which was established in Assembly Bill 209. This bill requires that the California Department of Parks and Rec establish a competitive grant program that will increase the ability of underserved and at-risk populations to participate in outdoor environmental education experiences at state parks and other public lands where outdoor environmental education programs take place. This grant provides primarily to outreach and serve pupils who are eligible for free or reduced lunch, foster youth, and pupils with limited English proficiency. There are 4 types of federal grant aid. In this case, Outdoor Equity Grant is a project grant. Project grants are where the state and local governments submit proposals to federal agencies, in this case, the California Department of Recreation, for funding on a competitive basis. So this grant is going to be very competitive for all nonprofits trying to achieve this grant. Also, 501c3 organizations face extensive restrictions that are much tougher than other 501c tax code categories. Some of these rules include individual members or leaders cannot financially benefit from the programs and activities of this organization. Second, the assets of the dissolved company must transfer to another 501c3 organization and not to any one person. The application for the Outdoor Equity Grant is to engage communities we serve and collect input from the communities through community planning initiatives. Community planning is the exchange of creative ideas and insight between the applicant and the residents, conducted to help define the vision and logistics for outdoor programs. Topics can include goals and logistics for the grant selection criteria listed on the screen below. During my 2-month internship, I have developed a robust community planning process to gather input from community members and learn more about the communities they live in, such as, do they feel safe in their community? What are some of the most valuable assets of their communities? What are the resources youth could use more of? And is there anything preventing them from accessing the outdoors? The 3 regions we are targeting are East County, City Heights, and Southeast San Diego. For now, I'm going to showcase the findings in the Southeast communities. As you can see on this slide, this is the timeline of my work in terms of getting input from the community and stakeholders. As of right now, we are currently in transition from doing in-person surveys to online. Also, due to the transition of schools being back in person, we are working diligently with teachers to accommodate their new schedules, and hopefully we'll be back to resume conducting in-person interviews in the next week or so. At the moment, these are our preliminary findings. 47% of youth do not feel safe in their neighborhoods due to violence and homeless population. 62% of youth stated COVID-19 has prevented them from accessing the outdoors. 34% of youth stated their most valuable asset of their communities are their parks. Lastly, 44 have stated that programs that have developed leadership and job skills are crucial in youth development. We are still conducting interviews and collecting online surveys. We hope to conclude the first round of survey intake by the end of this month. This concludes my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening. Have a wonderful day, and most of all, stay safe.
And that was my pre-recorded video. I'm open to questions, comments, or concerns.
Okay. Thank you, Tatiana. It was a great presentation and a great, look at performing service, right? Outside of school settings, outside of just normal life, just giving up of your time and energy to help others is a great way to do things. So now, oh yes, Noah.
Yeah, Tatiana. Yeah, with a couple slides were very interesting to how we're supposed to work as a team, and also get everything done as soon as possible.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go forward. Do we have Melissa Liwanag available for the rate of dental disease? I don't think I saw her name or her teammates. No? All right, so we'll go forward to CrossFit injury and recovery from Larissa Late Ramos Morton. I believe she's here.
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead, share your screen and
Hi. Hello, everybody. Good morning.
morning.
Okay. So my presentation, my name is Larissa, and my presentation is about CrossFit statistics. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. The introduction is CrossFit is a lifestyle characterized by safe, effective exercise and sound nutrition. CrossFit can be used to accomplish any goal, from improved health to weight loss to better performance. The program works for everyone, people who are just starting out or people who have training for years. Founded in 2001 under the heat of the sun in Santa Cruz, California by Greg Glassman, CrossFit took the world by storm, and we are going to give you some info into the results below. The CrossFit statistics, it's roughly 6% of all CrossFit athletes are women. CrossFit is the largest fitness chain in the world. CrossFit makes most of its money from seminars, affiliate fees, and registration fees. The CrossFit brand generates $4 billion in revenue all around the world. CrossFit injury statistics show a 3.1 incidents per 1,000 hours of activity. Opening a CrossFit box costs you $3,000 per year. The fun facts about the CrossFit is according to recent CrossFit Chrome statistics, not only CrossFit #1 as far as the fitness industry is concerned, but it's also one of the fastest growing corporate chain. And it was like in the top 7 of the rank. Just looking for Subway, McDonald's, Starbucks, KFC, Burger King, Pizza Hut, and right there CrossFit's with the 50,500 of the boxes and CrossFits around the world. CrossFit injury. Just one sec. I just want to load that. CrossFit injury analysis. The total this study, they use like a 3,049 participants to do this study, and there was trainers between 2013 and 2017. The injury rate distribution result in a severely high, right tail data set with the majority of participants reporting low injury rates. Based on assuming maximum numbers of workouts per hour, the injury rate was 0.27 per 1,000 hours, and a females is 0.8 and a males are 0.26. Number of workouts per hour, workouts hour per week, the females. The assuming minimum number of workouts hours per week result in an injury rate of 0.7 per 1,000 hours of workouts, and a female was 0.78. Considering the skewness of the data, we felt that using the median value was the most appropriate measure for the overall injury rate. When stratified by sex, female participants had a slightly higher injury rates for both assuming maximum of a 0.28 per 1,000 hours and a minimum of 0.78 per 1,000 hours workout. For males, the assuming maximum was a 0.26 per 1,000 hours and the minimum was 0.70 per 1,000 hours. However, no significant difference were observed between males and females. No significant difference were observed between age groups for participants in experiencing injuries. Injury rates while versus time in participating in CrossFit. Less than 6 months of experience had the highest rates of injuries, or the minimum in the 3.9 per 1,000 hours workouts, and the maximum the 1.15 per 1,000 hours workouts. Between 6 and 12 months of experience, the minimum was a 3.21 per 1,000 hours workouts, and the maximum was a 1.1 per 1,000 workouts hours. As you can see, during the time when you go working out a little more, often and for more long, like a long time when you're working out, your injuries are gonna reduce. Like the probability to get injuries is gonna be low. Based on this data, this rate of injuries was inversely proportional to the time of participation. This is a graphic showing all the areas that you can get injuries during the CrossFit, during the performance, and compare male and a female. And as you can see, the highest ones is usually shoulders, back, and knee. Mostly injury body areas. Injury incident of the shoulders, spine, the backs, and knees study shows ranges for 12.8% to 73.5%. Reported injury rates range for 0.27 to 3.3 for 1,000 hours training workout, these critical areas. The three are the centers of movement for CrossFit. So usually when you work out, every workout that you go into during CrossFit, you use pretty much all the time your back, your knees, and your shoulders. Recovery. Recovery is a crucial part of the healthy CrossFitter's routine, but it makes on even more importance when you are looking to find your way back to full fitness. The recovery is very important, and usually you can do to get better for recovery is a mobility, proper cooling down, active recovery, like a light running, light swimming, or something like a low that you're not gonna have to use strength too much, your body will get so much weight or make you even tired. And of course, sleep and nutrition are the keys areas that can be different between a speedy and a healthy journey back to your badass crossfitting self, or a prolonged sleep of scale workouts. Slow progress and even the chance of regressing is in your recovery. The maximal recoverable volume is the highest volume of training an athlete can do in a particular situation and still recover. That means that even when you do maximal volume training, you usually get your body more strain, more muscles, and your performance started getting better. So, and you use that maximum recovery volume, you usually can recover faster. So when you do usually workouts more times, more days in the week, you're usually gonna get your body more strength, so you can get a recovery faster than usually the people that don't work out as much. They spend more time to recover. So your body build that all the strength that you can recover a little faster. In the CrossFit world, I consistently believe that many athletes train above their maximal recoverable volume. Their fitness may progress for a while, but eventually this volume catches up then in the form of a CrossFit injury. And in conclusion, CrossFit training seems to be a safe training modality for most of participants. However, our findings suggest that there are three main groups that might be at the greater risk of injuries, including those who first are with their first year of participation. Second, engage in this training modality less than 3 days per week. And third, participate in less than 3 workouts per week. So usually these people that usually work out less or just a couple times a week, they usually get more injuries than people who used to work out a little more often. And a reported finding in the studies would suggest CrossFit has a relative low injury risk. The current review highlights 3 important factors associated with the injuries incident and incident rates in CrossFit. First, in training frequency. Second, duration of a CrossFit experience. And third, individuals that complete in CrossFit competitions. Also, injury rates with the CrossFit has a compare to a lower than injury rates with the Olympic weightlifts, military conditional track, track and field, rugby, gymnastics. So usually compared to the others, sports, CrossFits, there's injuries low than those that usually get more. Of course, CrossFit, it's a kind of recent sports. Is not, they don't have enough or maybe a lot of studies about how can you get injuries and how you get recovery from that. But from those studies compared, coming from 2017 to now, to 2013 for now, people usually get good results. They're getting good results with studies with the participants of the CrossFit and say that CrossFit is not as bad in injuries compared to other sports. And that's everything. I believe I did everything.
That is awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep.
If there's questions, we would like to pass it on to Erin Engstrom to continue with our wonderful day of research.
Ms. Ayala, we can do your last 2 presentations if you want. I just want to make an announcement so everybody hangs tight.
Okay.
All right. Those of you who are logging in for the COM showcase, we have 2 more. This block is just running a little bit late, so we have 2 more presentations that we'll run through, and then we will move on over to the COM showcase. So just hang tight, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Was the I guess we have one more presenter from a PowerPoint perspective, and then we have a pre-recorded video. So is the rate of dental disease ready for Melissa? I think she was having trouble giving rights for her screen, I think. Is there a way we can fix that? She's not on here, right? Melissa? No. I don't know how we can fix that.
I don't see her right now.
Yeah. I think she's just under
She's
the...
in the chat. She is in the chat. She's here. She just has a different name, but I gave her direction.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Melissa. Should we just allow the pre-recorded to go first while we figure that out?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Mark Lowe with Road to Hell.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. You're echoing a little.
Okay.
Morning.
All right, is there still an echo?
Nope, now you're good.
Good.
All right. So I'm assuming the best way to do this is to share my screen. So I'm going to do that. All right, so I think we'll watch the film, and then I guess I'll talk a little bit about it and answer any questions if there are any.
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
So I think I know this information because I know you're a professor, but can you just tell everyone what class this was and what the project was really briefly, just for people who might have an interest in being able to make these kinds of projects?
Yes, so this was a project made in Professor Syed Cook and Baker's class, RTVF 167, that's a film production. And the prompt for this film was no dialogue, it had to be under 2 minutes. And that became one of the challenges, is to tell a complete narrative of irony without using any dialogue. Hopefully that came across visually. But yeah, that was one of the challenges. For this project specifically, I kind of just wanted to explore the ways that we can sort of contradict ourselves, especially when it comes to our addictions to our phones, and how much gratification we get from them. So it's a very, very straightforward film. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that, Marco. Very interesting project. Now we have Melissa. If you want, I think you might have access to your rate of dental disease now by sharing your screen and presenting your work.
see. So when I click share, okay, there we go. Share screen. Okay. Go. And okay, so my name is Melissa Lawanig. My major is biology, and I'm in Professor Camarena's Math 119X class. And I chose to do my project on the rate of dental disease, or better known as the silent dental disease. So an introduction to my project is that dental disease is a disease that affects more than 80% of Americans, and a lot of people don't know that they have a dental disease. And this is a huge epidemic in our country because, like I said, not a lot of people know that they have a dental disease. So dental disease, specifically periodontal disease, affects 47.2% of adults age 30 and older. And this increases with age by 70%. So adults 65 years or older have some form of periodontal disease, and it tends to affect men more than women by 56.4%. And this increases with smoking by 64.2%. And around the world, periodontal disease affects 10% of the whole global population. Dental disease, specifically dental caries, also affects children by 13.2%. A lot of people don't know that they have a dental disease, and it often goes untreated, and conditions can get worse from there. Untreated caries affects 25.9% of adults aged 20 to 44 years of age. So this makes tooth decay and dental disease one of the most common diseases in the world. In terms of worldwide health issues, tooth decay is 5 times more common than asthma, 7 times more common than hay fever, and 4 times more than child obesity. And this is a chronic disease, and it affects 20 times more than juvenile diabetes. And infection can occur as early as 6 months, or as teeth start to form in a childhood's life. And a little bit about the tooth anatomy. It's important to understand the tooth anatomy so we can understand how the disease is affected in our mouths. The anatomy consists of 8 central elements. First, the outer shell is the enamel. This protects our internal tooth. Our tooth is alive, blood flows through our tooth, and a lot of people don't know that. And then once the cavity gets past the enamel, it goes into our dentin, and the dentin is soft tissue. And once it reaches the soft tissue, the infection can penetrate the tooth a lot faster and at a more rapid rate. So the enamel is what protects our tooth structure. So it's really important to be aware if you have some sort of cavity or dental caries to arrest the issue right away before it can affect the dentin or the pulp. So once the disease enters the nervous and blood supply system, it can affect the oral cavity a lot faster and more severe. And actually, periodontal disease is linked to heart disease and can affect your overall health. So like I said before, dental disease affects nearly half of Americans, and 47.2% have periodontal disease. So that's almost half of our state, state. And then 64.7% million of adults have some form of gum disease. And this is either a mild, moderate, or severe gum disease. And periodontal disease is classified as an infection or inflammation of the gums and the bones surrounding the teeth that help support the teeth. Early stages of perio include gingivitis. It is an infection of the gums where the gums become swollen and red, bleeding due to infection. If left untreated, gums begin pulling away from the tooth and bone loss can occur. The teeth will eventually become mobile and fall out. And another form of dental disease is dental caries or cavities. So when the dental bacteria affects the outer enamel, it breaks down the acid, it breaks down your tooth, and the acids start to attack your teeth, and it destroys enamel and causes decay. Dental caries can develop as soon as the teeth start to erupt from birth to 71 months of life. Um, and dental caries can form very quickly if oral hygiene is neglected. So it's really important to keep up with your oral hygiene, and even at a young age, it's important as well. So early stages of periodontal disease is gingivitis. So a lot of people don't know they have gingivitis due to the lack of flossing or brushing. But as this goes neglected, this can become more severe. So symptoms of gingivitis are bleeding gums, inflammation at the gum line, and this affects 80% of Americans. So slight periodontal disease. So if gingivitis goes untreated, it can progress and turn into stage 2 of periodontal disease. And this stage is non-reversible. This infection infects the bone and begins to destroy the bone. Redness will increase at the gum line, bad breath will occur, bleeding when brushing or flossing. And then probing pockets are between 4 to 5 millimeters. And then moderate stages of periodontal disease are more severe. This can be painful. Pockets are increased by 6 to 7 millimeters. Eventually, the bacteria will attack the bloodstream and immune system, and progressively will result in tooth loss, gum sensitivity, and shifting of the teeth. So you can see here that the gum disease is very ulcerated. Teeth are affected. It looks very severe. But if this goes untreated, it just gets worse. It becomes more severe. Infection is deepened into the pockets, and bacteria starts to evolve and become more aggressive. And this results in 50 to 90% of permanent bone loss. Symptoms are very severe. Pus will start to ooze out of your gums. Teeth become mobile. It becomes more painful when eating. And this requires surgery to be reversed or to be for the disease to be arrested. Treatments include laser therapy in order to clear the infection, to kill the bacteria. And if this goes untreated, this can affect your overall health very severely. And another form of dental disease is dental cavities. So the stages of dental cavities attack your enamel first. The acids will start to break down the outer shell, the enamel. And you can see here, there's little spots, and that's when the cavity starts to form. And most likely, patients will have gingivitis if they do tend to have a lot of cavities. And then stage 2 is enamel decay. This is when it's penetrated more into the enamel. So the acids just continue and become more aggressive. Stage 3 of dental decay, it affects the dentin, so the softer tissue of the tooth structure. Since the dentin is softer, the tooth is more vulnerable to more damage. Decay will develop faster, and tooth sensitivity will start to develop. And then 4 is pulp damage. So this will attack the internal part of your tooth where the blood supply is. So this can be dangerous. At this point, a person will probably need a root canal or some form of dental surgery. Swelling will start to occur. Pressure and discomfort is felt. And then severe dental decay can result in an abscess, so a greater infection. So decay becomes more aggressive, and if left untreated, the bacteria invades the tissue that keeps the tooth alive. So pockets of pus will start to form around the tooth. Severe swelling, jaw pain can occur, and this infection can spread to your body. So a patient will likely notice swollen lymph nodes just due to the infection. And then a way to prevent dental disease is just by practicing good oral hygiene, so not skipping brushing, um, and not skipping flossing, and to also be mindful of your diet and be mindful of the foods you're eating. So if you're a big snacker, you can try to drink water to flush out all the bacteria from your teeth. And then lastly is to invest in your dental health. You want to practice good oral hygiene habits. So just like I said, brushing twice a day for 2 to 3 minutes, flossing once a day. And you want to eat a well-rounded diet, more complex carbs like whole grains versus simple carbs like bread or snacks like Oreos, or energy drinks. Because when those simple carbohydrates break down, they turn into sugars. So just drink water in between snacks and don't skip your dental appointments. This will keep you on track. It'll keep you aware if you have a dental disease. And don't ignore dental treatment. So if treatment is needed in your case, you want to look into it and not ignore it, because if you do, then symptoms and your health could be on the line. And that's it for my presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any questions? All right, you can stop sharing. I don't know about,
sir.
go ahead, Noah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Noah.
For our in dental health invests, I find it really important that we have to eat healthy after we floss.
Yes, it's really important to eat healthy, or just be mindful of the foods that you're eating. So like snacking was a big one for me personally. I know I snack a lot, and that's how I got cavities when I was younger, and I was unaware of that. But just drinking water in between snacks can help too.
So did I. I had those issues too.
Yeah, I think that's why dentists
make little,
because we all have issues with our teeth.
Yeah, it's an ongoing pandemic, I guess.
So next event, communication showcase. Who wants to take the lead?
I'll take over.
Awesome.
Good job, guys. Good job, Miss Hale.
Thank
George, thank you very much.
Thank you, all my presenters. Thank you to all the people who participated. And thank you to our president and all the committee who put a lot of time into this. And here comes our big part of our group. Go ahead, Erin.
All right, folks, so welcome to the Communication Showcase. I'm going to make this quick so we can move into our student presentations as quickly as possible. I have Miss Ayel next to me. I don't know if you guys all see that. But the Communication Showcase started a number of years ago as a way to highlight and honor and give appropriate kudos to all our awesome students in the communication program. And it was an opportunity to show everyone what we do here in radio, TV, film, journalism, and communication studies. And so that's what this event does, is it is going to give you a quick introduction to some of the really cool projects we have going on, and hopefully show you where you can go if you have an interest in pursuing some of these same types of projects. So we have with us today Dean Jeannie Tyler. She's here, and she's been really instrumental in helping us get this all laid out and rolling. If you look here on the screen, what you'll see is I want you to put some faces to names so you know where to go and who to look for if you're interested in the kinds of projects that you see today. If you're interested in radio production, television, you're going to want to reach out to Chris Acedo. If you're interested in filmmaking or documentary filmmaking, you got Cy Kuchenbaker there. If you are interested in television, news production, or our city times, so digital journalism, then Nicole Vargas will be who you'd want to reach out to. And then you have me, Erin Engstrom, Professor Deanna Shelton, and Maria Jose Zeledon Perez as your communication studies instructors. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gabe Schneider, Editor-in-Chief of the City Times.
Hi, how's it going, everyone? So, quick question. Are you going to be able to play that after I'm done speaking?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So, my name is Gabriel Schneider. As she said, I am Editor-in-Chief of City Times, which is one branch of the City Times media. So journalism or City Times is under DGRN 210. I'm at DGJRN 212. This specifically is about Carlos Turner Cortez, and it's a podcast, but it was a larger package about the chancellor search, and the whole package in itself had over 1,200 views for it. Over the time, doing several interviews with Carlos Turner Cortez, we were able to build a relationship, and where we ended up getting the first interview after he was announced to be the chancellor-elect. So City Times offers a place to expand your skills, and I started just writing, and next you know, I'm starting podcasts and doing other multimedia things. So if you're really interested, I would suggest going into 210, DJR and 210. It's really a great experience, and you get to work with a lot of creative minds and accomplish some cool things. So if you want to play, good.
Maria Jose, it's not playing.
Worst case scenario, I can go real fast and then play it off my on my end if it's not working.
Maria, are you there?
I wonder if maybe is she in mute right now? We can double check.
Mute.
I think whatever industry one's in, the management should have a intimate relationship with whatever that industry is aiming to produce. And we don't like to think of education as an industry, but in a sense, we're producing, we're helping students to develop and cultivate knowledge and skills and direction and goals. And I think oftentimes many administrators are removed from that experience. And for me, it's always been important to have my pulse on what's happening in the classroom, and it helps to inform the decisions I think I make as an administrator that ultimately impact the faculty I oversee. I love to teach. It gives me nourishment, and it reminds me of the magic of the transformative power of education. And I think when folks are removed from that experience, this work can become more bureaucratic than transformational. And I think it's for me a critical part of the experience of working in education is always having an opportunity to see that light bulb go off. That's the magic of being in education, is when you see a student find a career they're passionate about, or find a major, after 2 years of trying to navigate what they wanted to transfer into when they moved to SDSU and so forth.
That's awesome to hear your passion. I can hear it in your voice when you're talking about teaching.
Thanks.
Now, I see that you have a master's degree in race and gender politics with a focus in African-American studies. How does all that inform your approach to this, to the chancellor job?
Well, all three of my degrees focus on the role of African-American women in political movements, specifically their role in advancing social welfare, equity, and inclusion policy reform. And so I look specifically at the role of African-American women and helping to shape policy, public discourse, to engage all levels of government to help change systems and institutions to better serve people, all people at the end of the day. And so it informs my work because I come into this work with a political lens. I believe, as many of the women I've studied, that the work that we do each day has immediate consequences on the students and the family we serve. We have to engage with urgency because when we hesitate and when we fail to take action, it potentially has negative consequences on the students and the families we serve. And so I take that charge and responsibility very seriously. And I believe that an effective administrator understands that the work we do in our classrooms every day is largely informed by decisions that are made in our government. They decide how much money we get, how many students we can enroll, how much tuition is going to cost. And these are decisions that are made, whether we're going to have new buildings, new computers, that are full-time versus part-time faculty that are outside of my decision-making, out of my arena of authority. They're made by our elected officials. But because of my passion for policy advocacy and my knowledge of the history of policy advocacy, I'm very proud that I am engaged locally at the state level and at the federal level in various committees and task force that help to make substantive change, that help to shape and form that agenda. Often what happens in educational institutions at all levels, from K-12 to UC, is that lawmakers make policies that impact our work, and people like myself, as administrators, have to react and implement. And I believe that effective administrators get ahead and are part of shaping those policies before they get developed. And there's very few of us that are frankly at the table that you see lobbying the halls of Sacramento, building relationships with legislators. If you see my resume, you see letters of recommendation and references. I have personal relationships with every elected official in San Diego. And that's important because it brings significant resources into our organization. We just this past week alone got a $3 million grant from the Workforce Partnership, which is the county, and a $400,000 grant from the city of San Diego. That's $3.4 million for all of it for student success. And it's very, very much connected to the relationships that I built with the individuals who make the decisions about how to appropriate that funding. I think it's one thing that and one way that I stand apart from others is my interest in, my appreciation for many other of my colleagues, often cite that they don't like this, they don't like the political part of their job, but education is political.
It's interesting. Connections matter. What are some unique challenges that the new chancellor may face, and how would you address them?
First and most important challenge that every educational leader is facing right now is the COVID closure, the pandemic, and how we reopen safely. I'm very proud of Dr. Carroll's leadership and her decision to put the safety of employees and students first, and I will maintain that. And so we need to reopen. We have businesses around our colleges and transportation services that move our students to and from, and the whole economy is our institution is such an important part of the economy of San Diego that the vitality of San Diego relies on us being up and moving. Now, that said, the new chancellor coming in is going to have to recognize that the world is never going to be the same as it was. And employees have now worked from home for coming on a year now. And we've learned that some employees don't actually need to come to the office to do their job. So maybe we need to rethink how we work to employees. Maybe they need to be on, maybe they come to the office 2 days a week or 3 days a week, and, some sort of hybrid. Maybe certain employees don't have to come back to campus at all. There's students who I swore a year ago would never want to take a class online, who are going to want classes online. So how do we build a distance education programming that is robust and dynamic and bar none in quality, And I think that if we're going to be building new programs, we should be building them to be better, not to be substandard. And so I think that's another challenge. The second challenge, in addition to COVID, is remote working and teaching and learning, and what the post-COVID higher education experience looks like for students and employees, and how we can thoughtfully engage these stakeholders in having conversations about how we reinvent ourselves so that we are meaningful and relevant. And students should have a voice in that process. They are our clients. Students should always be the center of every decision we make. And it always pains me when we think of them as an afterthought, and when making planning decisions around colleges, when Nordstrom's or AMC theaters or Disney World is not going to make any major marketing shift unless they bring focus groups and surveys, and they're speaking with their clientele, their customer base, before they make those major shifts. Yet in education, we can blow things up without ever speaking to the people, and then we wonder why sometimes it's not received the way we hoped it would be received. And then the last challenge, I think the third one, is the budget. Just unprecedented times. Enrollment is down for all our district and all districts right now. That's how we get paid. The new chancellor is going to have to be able to engage in entrepreneurial and efforts to bring in new types of resources that we haven't considered in the past to offset expenses, as well as development, fundraising, tapping into dollars that help support our organizations. Just as I mentioned, we did a continuing ed this week with the $3.4 million in grant funding.
Mm-hmm. For more on the district's chancellor search, visit sdcitytimes.com. My name is Gabriel Schneider, City Times Editor-in-Chief, and thank you for listening to this episode of City Speaks.
Good job, Gabe. You can't hear us all clapping, but you probably can see us clapping.
Oh yeah, thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to another City Times journalist, Jesus Lopez. Please introduce yourself and your project.
Good morning, almost afternoon. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing okay. I don't need everybody's microphone to be on, but I hope everyone's doing okay. It's Thursday, almost Friday, right? So let's get to it so we don't lose any more time. And my name, as Aaron said, is Jesus Lopez, DJRN 210 student. Major is TV news production. Online news will be the future. It's becoming the future, and it will continue to be the future. And remember this hashtag, because it will continue to be one. The hashtag is City Cooking Challenge. And here we go. Here's a synopsis of what City Cooking Challenge is. I really have no idea what I'm going to pick up. It's a surprise. Honestly, it's a surprise every time we have a food drive, hunger action day. I go in there blindly. Nobody tells me what's in the bag, which I really enjoy, because I only have 6 to 8 hours to actually run the project, the entire project. And that means from shooting the video, gathering interviews, editing, prepping the food, putting the recipe together, web story, social media caption. And yes, the hashtags are very important, because hashtags actually are one of the ones that drive people, especially social media and Instagram. Glad to say that we get a great response from hashtag City Cooking Challenge videos. We get hundreds of views in the videos. We started with few, and then we just actually increase our viewerships, because it's very fun, and I hope that everyone gets to see how much fun I get to do it. So highlighting food insecurities is not easy. It's actually a difficult topic, but we can always bring a smile to people's faces with food and a bit of charisma. Who doesn't love food, right? I do. I'm a foodie, and I think food always brings people together. It doesn't matter what kind of culture you come from or background you come from. So yes, a lot of work goes into it, but it's not all done alone. I get a great support system. My advisor, Nicole Vargas, pushes me for excellence. And that is what you need actually in a program, to people to push you for excellence. And also Chris is there as Vito to help you and push you. People that push you to do the best, you actually start to do the best. My team, Vicky, Susana, and again, going back to Nicole and AC, and the entire RTVF program they offer so much, and if you take their help and their advice, you actually can do so much, and you learn a lot from it too. So again, remember this hashtag City Cooking Challenge. It will be in our social media platforms like in IG, Instagram. You can find us at City Times. We have actually increased followers, which is great because we need to retain followers and get our program to be viewed. Our website is sdcitytimes.com. You can find it there as well, the videos and some recipes and interactions. And you can even send me an email to see what kind of recipe I used for the day. And for the app, we'll soon be launching for the City Times app. So the videos, the City Cooking Challenge can be viewed and be entertained. And if you have any questions, concerns, comments, and even recipes, you can always comment it, and I'm always reading it so we can improve for the next Hunger Action Day. And I hope you get to enjoy the video that we're about to watch. Decided what I'm going to make. I have carrots, I have tuna, and I have bread at home. Guess what? I'm gonna make a pig too. Yes, a tuna melt and a carrot soup with some supplies that I have at home. Again, you don't have to use everything that's on the bag. You can always mix and match with what you have at home. And again, you can use any bread you want as well. Okay, let's get to cooking. Here we go. We get the carrots and throw it all with water and carrots in there. We're gonna use that. Let's use a second can of carrot. And here we go. Oh, wow, yes. Boom. This is not just simple soup. We're adding garlic, we're adding onions, we're adding sweet bell pepper. Better than bourgeois, that's right. We're gonna enhance the flavor, salt and pepper to taste. The time has come for us to make the soup. So don't throw away the water. We're gonna get a little cup and put it in the blender. Remember, we're gonna have some cream cheese for body and texture, a little bit of parsley, and some sour cream again for some creamy texture. We want the soup to be creamy. Here we go. We have the ingredients already chopped. You know what's the secret for preventing the avocados to brown? Put a little bit of lemon juice or lime juice or even a little bit of vinegar. Yes, it prevents from browning and it adds a little nice touch. So 2 tablespoons of mayo and a pinch of mustard. And we're gonna put all of these chopped nice veggies into the salad. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh, and don't forget your seasoning. Here we go. There is some salt, some pepper, some crushed red pepper, and some paprika. Look at this salad, y'all. Ooh, so colorful, so full of life. Here's an important tip. Remember to toast your bread if you're gonna toast it in the stove, to have the heat in low and put some butter in that pan. Wow, y'all, look at this. This is the finished product. This tuna melt looks so good. And look at the soup. Oh, wow. Madam Bougie over here. This is so good. It's going to taste good as well. Let's get to tasting. And welcome back. We got done with our meal today. First, we made a carrot soup. Look at the soup, y'all. Wow, super fancy. If you want to decorate it with some basil, this is basil from my garden. And I have some Parmesan cheese on it too. This is really good. It's hot, so watch it. And look, the star of the game, this tuna melt. Look at this tuna salad I made. Wow, it has avocado, it has onions, it has tomatoes, of course, cheese. Look at that cheese. Oh, can't wait to try it. Let's get to tasting now, okay? Look, let's try our soup. How about that? I was gonna taste the sandwich first. I'm like, no, let's do the soup first. Okay, here we go. This is how the soup looks. Very creamy. Look at that. Oh, yes, it's hot. Let's blow on it. It's delicious. It's creamy. The onions, the peppers, the crushed pepper, the salt to taste. Everything on it, even the herbs are so good and so fresh. You wouldn't even notice this comes from a can, by the way, the carrots. Nobody would notice that it came from a can. Obviously, the food, you have to put love into it. Now let's get into our tuna melt. Look at this. Yummy, yummy. The salad is good. It's creamy because of the avocado. The cheese gives it a sharp kind of taste. The bread
go get the food because it goes to waste if nobody picks it up, please. And you can make this nice meal at home. And let's get the hashtag going, City Cooking Challenge, because I made this so good and anyone can make it at home. And even you can make it for like dinner, lunch, and even breakfast if you want. How about that? That's all we have with the cooking segment. Until next time.
Very nice.
All right, folks, that was awesome. Let me just remind you, because we don't have a lot of time for questions in this block. We kind of have a cram-packed show for you. But if you do have questions about the projects or about the classes and you want to reach out to students and get their perspective, shoot me an email and I'll forward you to the right people. I'm sure everybody here would be happy to interact with you and give you some information on what they're doing. All right. I am moving us on to a presentation from radio, and do I see, is Assad here? Is he here, Nicole? Oh, you are here. Okay, perfect. You're here with Susanna.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna move us to Assad. Introduce your project and your class.
Hello, my name is Assad Halilzadeh. I am the program director for City Time Sound. The classroom number is RTVF 130 for the spring. We are expecting, according to conversations with my professor, we are expecting it to change to RTVF 131 in the fall, though. Program director, I'm really happy I was given that title. This is the first news radio show that we've been able to have since the pandemic started, really. And it was a really cool opportunity, given I have experience with both Nicole and Chris Aceto in News Scene and other classes I've taken with them. First things first, I'm a member of City Times Media. We all, me, Jesus, Gabriel, we're all underneath the banner. So City Times Sound definitely is one of the sections, as well as News Scene and the website. What I'm my major is production studies with majorly focusing in television production. What I'm presenting today, though, is our radio show from March 24th. I believe it's one of our strongest shows from this semester, and I'm really proud of it. And it's definitely a change because almost none of us had done radio before. So it was a tough couple weeks in the beginning, but we're very happy at where we come. And we're really happy we're underneath the City Times banner because we can post it on their website and get their clicks. And I don't have anything else to say. I guess we can get right to the presentation.
Good afternoon. This is City Times Sound 88.3 HD2 San Diego.
The victims of this week's shooting in Boulder are remembered. The story to come shortly.
A Pulitzer-nominated music critic is speaking at City College. We'll have the details later. It's 1 p.m. on March 24th. I'm Andy Flores.
And I'm Susana Serrano on News Radio Midday. We start today with Boulder, where the families of the 10 victims of this week's shooting in a grocery store are mourning. The victims range in age from 20 to 65. They included a model airplane lover, a local theater performer, and a volunteer who worked with the disabled community. President Biden is lowering flags across the nation to have staff to honor the memories of those lost.
A U.S. Marine officer is being relieved of duty this week after the death of 9 Marines last year in a training accident. The incident occurred off the coast of San Diego. An amphibious assault vehicle took on water and sank with its crew on board.
President Biden is suspending all border construction for 2 months. That includes calling off a purchase of land in Calexico in the Imperial Valley, at least for now. The site was a key part of the Trump administration's effort to build a barrier between the U.S. and Mexico.
And San Diego leaders announced this week that unaccompanied minors crossing the border will be housed at the downtown convention center temporarily. The number of asylum seekers entering the U.S. has been steadily increasing. The mayor said the children could move in as soon as this weekend.
And the power of music to make change is part of a big campus event. Here's Michelle with the report.
Thanks, Susanna.
A well-known music critic, a filmmaker, and a choreographer want you to know arts can push for social change. That's the topic at a virtual event tomorrow. Hosted by City College, the panel is part of the 6th Annual Social Justice Conference. The conference started this morning and ends tomorrow. For more information, search for SD City World Cultures on Instagram. And speaking of City College, if you're still thinking about taking classes, you're not too late. Check out the new 8-week schedule from City College. Classes will start right after spring break on April 5th and end just in time for summer. Whether you're interested in history, drama, or political science, City has you covered. For the full list of classes, visit sdcity.edu and click on Open Classes. With your City College report, I'm Michelle Botello. Back to you.
Thank you, Michelle. And a U.S. spy plane set a record for flying closest to the Chinese coast. The jet got within 25 miles of the mainland, as close as Encinitas to downtown San Diego. A Chinese think tank estimates the planes flew nearly 1,000 missions in the contested waters last year alone.
And a new series is coming to TV soon. Devin, tell us more.
Well, that spy plane sounds like a series I'd watch, but this is a little bit different. Thank you, Susanna. And we're going to know who's going to play Mike Tyson in an upcoming series, Jamie Foxx. Hulu is creating another series about the boxer's life, but they weren't including or paying him. So Tyson's not happy and is planning his own production. An award-winning actor, George Segal, has passed away, unfortunately. His career spanned more than 6 decades in television and film, earning him 3 Golden Globes and an Academy Award. He died from complications after surgery. He was 87. This has been Devin Doan with the entertainment, and we will be right back to Midday News after this brief message.
At the Veterans of Foreign Wars organization, we strive to answer the call of veterans who have answered the call to duty. The main purpose and goal of the VFW is to foster comradeship among its members. We're located Kearney Mesa, Post 3788, can be contacted at 858-277-5510, and the national website, which is vfw.org. VFW is here for all veterans and welcome them to join our mission.
I want to be a lawyer.
I want to be a doctor.
I want to be a film director. I want to be a psychologist.
All right, folks. So now you're finding you can be working for digital journalism right here at City College. You can be working for radio right here at City College. You also can be working in television. So we're going to move over to Susanna for News Scene.
Hi, everyone. My name is Susana Serrano. I am the executive producer of the program of News Scene specifically. My major is in journalism, going more towards television broadcasting. So News Scene is class RTBF 145, and if you continue several semesters, it turns into 249. I'm a 249C. In News Scene, we do a lot of everything: writing, reporting, editing, on-camera work. The whole production is a team. It's teamwork. It's between 13 students plus. Nobody can take the whole job on their own. Everybody is doing something throughout the week. We have 3 days throughout the week. So everybody is either pitching, writing, like I said, going reporting, figuring out who's going to be on camera. Everybody gets different jobs every week. So we all get a chance to work in different positions, which I think it's great. And also something that I did want to mention about News Scene is that we recently won the Pacemaker, and we are the top 2-year program in the nation. So I think that that's just so great. Even though throughout the pandemic, we've been able to produce our show, and this is from this semester, March 26th. And I hope you guys enjoy.
San Diego said farewell to a beloved building this week. Noel has more coming up.
Plus, you might be eligible to get your first dose at a new vaccination center. More details in my lead report.
And a famous boxer is ready to share his life story. I'll have more in entertainment.
Also, it's a little wet outside. Are we going to get some sunshine soon? I'll have more details for you in weather. News Scene starts now.
Good evening, I'm Katya Pichenkina, and welcome to this week's edition of News Scene. We start with spring break in Florida and scenes no city wants right now. Swarms of spring breakers have Miami Beach officials extending a state of emergency and curfew. The partiers took over the entertainment district in Miami and ignored COVID safety guidelines. Mayor Dan Gelber has a warning for any tourists visiting this weekend.
So if you're coming here to go crazy, go somewhere else. We don't want you.
Gelber also says it's the city's job to keep order and ensure safety. Police crackdowns resulted in 1,000 arrests and 80 gun seizures. And closer to home, 2 new vaccination centers have opened up in San Diego. Jillian, can you give us more details?
Yes, Katya. San Diego State University's Viejas Arena is the newest and largest vaccination site in San Diego. County Supervisor Nathan Fletcher says 10% of appointments in the arena will be reserved for those from the county's hardest hit communities. The school and county plan on administering 700 to 1,500 doses a day. It will be open Tuesdays through Saturdays. And the Viejas Arena isn't the only vaccination site that opened this week. The Mexican consulate, located in San Diego's Little Italy, is now taking vaccine appointments 3 days a week. The new walk-up clinic has the capacity to administer 100 appointments a day. Vaccines will be free regardless of immigration status or nationality. This comes as eligibility is being expanded here. Everyone age 50 and up will be eligible for the vaccine on April 1st, and those who are 16 and up will be eligible starting April 15th. For News Scene, I'm Jillian Fortner.
Thank you, Jillian. And with more vaccinations here in San Diego, COVID-19 cases have continued their decline. We've seen over 268,000 cases here in San Diego, with 257 new cases reported Thursday. And sadly, 11 more people have died this week. Our county death toll is over 3,500. Fortunately, over 46 million Americans have been fully vaccinated for COVID-19. In San Diego County, over 1.5 million vaccine doses have been successfully administered. San Diegans continue to show their support against racism targeting the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. Crowds this week marched through downtown San Diego and near the county's administration center. Many shared their personal experiences dealing with racism and chanted together against all hate. City leaders have announced they're working closely with the AAPI community. The district attorney's office also established a hotline for the reporting of hate crimes against Asian Americans. And now over to Washington. Vice President Kamala Harris is taking the lead on 2 Biden administration initiatives. The former California Attorney General is calling for the Senate to immediately act on gun control legislation. Her comments come after 2 mass shootings left 18 people dead. The vice president is not ruling out the possibility of executive action from the White House. Harris is also now in leading the effort to address the surge in migration at the southern border.
But I've asked her, the VP, today, because she's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle.
And a jury is set for the trial of the former Minneapolis police officer who is charged with the murder of George Floyd.
I'm hopeful that since it's only a few days, that we'll have 14 people show up and those 14 will be seated and sworn. And we'll proceed with opening statements at that time.
The jury consists of 6 white, 4 black, and 2 mixed race jurors. This is important to note as race is expected to be a factor at the center of the trial. You may recall worldwide protests for racial justice and police reform followed Floyd's death in May. Derek Chauvin is facing 2nd and 3rd degree murder charges. And San Diego's convention center will now be home to migrant children. For almost a year, the landmark has provided shelter for more than 4,000 unsheltered San Diegans. But city and county officials have decided to work with federal government to house up to 1,400 migrant children. To make room, the previous residents were moved to shelters. The children could arrive as soon as tomorrow. Switching gears, demolition on a historic San Diego stadium is finished. Noel, tell us everything.
For many San Diegans, SDCCU Stadium has been a staple for much of their lives. But today, I'm here at the final teardown of the stadium. It will soon be called SDSU Mission Valley and Aztec Stadium.
Upper-level demolition was completed Monday, marking the final farewell. After a lengthy negotiation process between the university and the city, demolition started in August 2020. The new $660 million project will consist of a new stadium, recreation area, housing, 400-room hotel, and the satellite campus. Dismantling was done without explosives due to California air laws. This process is a lot slower, but construction is set to be finished in 2022 before the start of Aztec football season. For CTTV, I'm Noel Mortensen.
Thanks, Noel. And that's a wrap. The 6th Annual Social Justice and Education Conference has come to an end. The conference included panels and sessions to encourage, educate, and empower students. It also provided a safe space for students to discuss issues like legal rights, women's reproductive rights, and homelessness. The conference also raised funds for Think Dignity, a nonprofit organization.
This is an organization that's been doing has supported the conference over the years, has also sponsored the conference, and has presented at the conference. So we're really excited about that partnership.
And a new series about a well-known boxer is in process. Susana, tell us more.
Thanks, Katya. Yes, it looks like boxing fans will get a chance to see what life is like outside the ropes of one of their most controversial boxers. Mike Tyson just announced a new project based on his life story, and Jamie Foxx will be playing the famous boxer. The project was originally slated to be a movie, but is now planned to be a limited series that will appear on multiple streaming services. Both Tyson and his wife Kiki will executive produce the project. And talking about new projects, Prince Harry just landed a new job. The prince will be part of the company Better Up as a chief impact officer. Harry joins the team weeks after he and wife Meghan Markle gave an interview to Oprah Winfrey talking about the mental health struggles his wife went through. That is all for entertainment. Back to you.
And it's official. San Diego Community College District has a new chancellor. The Board of Trustees formally approved the hire of Carlos Turner Cortez at last night's meeting. He thanked Chancellor Constance Carroll as his mentor and says he is honored and humbled for the ability to follow her. Carroll will retire in July. And if you want to take a college course, you're just in time. San Diego City College's 8-week class schedule is still open. Some of the courses available are history, archaeology, and cosmetology. Classes will start Monday, April 5th, right after spring break. Switching gears, it was a little bit of a wet morning today. Devin, what's this week's weather going to look like?
Thank you, Katya. And I have some good news for everybody. This wet weather we're seeing outside right now, well, it's on its way out, all right? We're gonna see the last of this storm come through, and then we're looking at t-shirt days and hoodie evenings, my personal favorite. Current temperatures right now, it's more in the hoodie weather. We're looking at 55 inland right now, or by the coast rather. And then as we get out inland, it gets a little bit cooler all the way up to the mountains, and then the desert warms back up again. A little bit of weather throughout the scattered showers throughout the county. But if we look ahead, what's coming up, that's where the good news is. And that brings me to our 5-day forecast, where we are looking at sweet, sweet 70s all across the board during the day. Like I said, that nice t-shirt weather. And then in the evenings, it gets down to a little bit of 50-degree weather, but that's nothing to worry about. That's perfect time to bust out that hot cocoa, put on that favorite hoodie that you've always been stashing away for most of the year here in San Diego. Let's enjoy this nice spring weather that we have. Back to you, Katia.
Thank you, Devin. And with Easter around the corner, one Rhode Island teen is doing his part to help out the Easter Bunny. A 16-year-old named Jack Ryan started Operation Jack Rabbit when he was just 4 years old. This year, with help from his family and friends, Jack has made 850 baskets. The baskets will go to state charities and be given to children in need this Easter. And that's all we have for tonight. You can tune into News Scene for a new show every Friday and find it all on sdcitytimes.com, and remember to follow SD City News Scene on Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. Thank you and good night. 50 baskets. The baskets will go.
All right, folks, I'm going to turn us over. We're going to move on to film, and Farhad can't be here today, so Sai is going to introduce his piece.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sai. I'm a film instructor in RTVF. Farhad is dealing with a family emergency back in Iran. This is the film he made in RTVF 112 documentary production. In the class, students make up to 4. Well, they all make 4 films. Some make more. I wanted to show this film because it kind of illustrates something that's, I think, is special about City College, and that is that our students regularly make films that no one's ever seen before. They're like new stories, new perspectives, new voices. And I think this is a wonderful example of that. So why don't we play the documentary?
Do you know what is interesting? Food, cooking, watching YouTube. You watch it like a junkie. The best sandwiches I've ever had in my life.
It smells delicious.
In the soft, creamy center.
It's fucking delicious.
Quite nice.
Yeah.
That mix of colors right there. And that crusty, caramelized outside.
Oh, yeah.
Got everything in there.
And then you feel confident about an idea of buying and trying it yourself.
Oh, can't put your face in it.
Like pressure cooker.
15 minutes at high pressure, then a quick
Wait,
release.
can I buy a pressure cooker?
Just before 2:50 p.m., this is the viewpoint seen by many of the 26,000 marathon runners who are approaching the finish line.
Are investigators looking in the connection between pressure cookers and Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula?
Can we have jihadists, that's the key, conservative, then we have Islam.
Pressure cooker bomb scene.
An ominous new warning. The terror group will strike.
All right.
See, if you don't know what you want and you don't know how to say it, I just do it. I'm the old style barber. I'll take off all of the excess hair that you don't need, that doesn't contribute to your look. You see, so when I get done, you look the same, but neat and in the same style. If you're neat, okay, neat and clean, I don't think they'll take you for a terrorist. You see, so that would be the thing to be upstanding. Yeah. Clean and neat, and say, hey, do a terrorist look like this? Terrorists, they got all dirty clothes on, they got unkempt beards, they wear turbans.
Yeah, that's one of the things. If you go a little bit late. Well, my family feels the same way. My cousin wrote, you have an ISIS look. And in this political climate is not appropriate. The mentality is that this look, Middle Eastern look with a beard, could be interpreted as a radical, fundamentalist, terrorist by everyday people like George, which we had lots of fun with.
Oh, man, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Yeah, well, I don't make a big thing about it. You know, to me, I celebrate St. George's Day, April 23rd.
He has lots of saints.
No, that's St. Michael, St. Philip, St. Martin.
Martian.
He's Peruvian.
Peruvian.
He's black. Of course, now the IRS, they're not gonna get a copy of this, right? Or the CIA, right?
You afraid of CIA? What have you done?
They never know. They say I'm associated with terror. Oh.
Fear of FBI and authorities aside, fear of being judged by everyday people is another story. Beard for a Muslim lookalike means you are a radical. You are a at least conservative Muslim, which makes some people terrified.
Purinton has been charged with killing Kuchibofla and wounding his best friend, along with another man. One witness claims Purinton admitted shooting what he thought
His family
were, quote,
tells us he is a
Iranian
Navy
people.
veteran and that he's been dealing with alcoholism. Now, Matthews also wrote that she is shocked that her uncle would do something like this. She says she would never expect that he was the kind of person who could kill another human being.
By the time Alexander Bissonnette had finished, 6 people were dead and 6 others injured.
I think that in the last year, something happened. He radicalized a lot because he seemed just a normal right-wing individual.
This is the gunman showing his face to camera. As we have been reporting, the gunman calls himself Brenton Tarrant in his online post.
Look as normal as one person is to the next. He was very good, very dedicated with his training. I also can't believe that somebody I've probably had daily dealings with and had shared conversations and interacted with would be capable of something to this extreme.
We call them terrorists, shooter, mass murderers, or mental health issue. And there is a mental health issue. They're all afraid to be replaced, their identity be replaced. So what should I do? Some may judge me, some may act violently, but I'd rather to trust people than being afraid of them.
Yay, Farhad.
All right, folks, we're going to move over to another short fiction film with Sophia.
Sophia, are you out there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Can you say a little bit about making your film?
Yeah, of course. So this project was actually for your class in RTVF 16 Motion Picture and Production. It was a short film with no dialogue, trying to demonstrate dramatic irony. I used cutouts and tape to make it. So yeah, I really enjoyed making this, especially like trying to find a way to be creative with all the COVID restrictions. So yeah, I had a really fun time with this. I hope you guys enjoy it.
That's great. Thank you, Sophia. And I just wanted to say that the reason I wanted to show that film is because I'm just in awe of the students, all of our students' resiliency during COVID. Film students are making their work with zero material support from the department, but they're still generating these really novel, interesting projects. I also really love this film because we're in the Me Too moment of film, and film's in this very deep conversation right now about its long history of sexism. And when I saw the film, it was just like chef's kiss moment of a reversal of a very long set of stereotypes. So it's wonderful work, Sophia. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you everyone for having me.
Mhm.
All right, awesome. Folks, those of you who are logging in for the spoken word event that's coming up, just hang tight. We have 2 speeches left in the Comm Showcase. All of our events are running a little bit long. So hang tight and we will move over to that as soon as we're finished here. But now I'm gonna move us over to Michael and he's gonna share about his speech.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having as nice a day as I am. I am in the Communications 104 Advanced Public Speaking class. And it was really fun getting a chance to make this narrative speech because, I mean, I love talking and I think I'm my favorite topic to talk about. So I had a lot of fun and I hope you guys enjoy.
Hi, my name is Michael and thank you for joining me on this introduction video. If I had to name this, it would probably involve the words glitter and pink in there somehow, but there's no name. Glitter and pink. So I'm going to tell you all about how much I love my aunts. I'm going to tell you about how video games are still a daily occurrence in my life and how I finally learned to be honest with myself in high school. So I blew dry my hair for this, so let's go for a ride. It all started on a vacation when I was about 11 years old. We were coming home and my mom told me about a play we were going to see in San Francisco. My Auntie E also lived in San Francisco. She got my mom this magnet from Sweden when she went traveling as a young adult. So we finally get in and what do I see? Cars everywhere. This was not common for my house to be covered in cars. So I get really excited as I see our family surrounding our front porch. I turn to my mom, huge smile on my face, tears. Why is my mom crying? I don't know what's wrong. I get out of the car and my mom is getting pulled out by my grandfather and my father. She's crying, hysterical, pushing them away. My grandma is there to find me. Auntie is dead. Suicide. I still don't want to look at that bridge. It's just a reminder of what she did. At 11 years old, I was forced to learn the effect of suicide on somebody. I didn't know how to grieve. I didn't know what questions to ask or who to ask them to. So I went to the only therapist an 11-year-old had. It's PlayStation 2. But my journey into video games does not start with my PlayStation 2. It starts in about 1990. So let's take it back and talk about Christmas morning for my brother and I. We wake up and Christmas morning, what do? Wake up your parents way too early. So we do that. This is an exciting year. There's not only presents surrounding the tree, there are presents all the way up the tree. There's a box. Who hasn't seen a wrapped box at Christmas? I know I never had. But we open it up. What do we find? Our Sega Genesis, which is still working to this day. Covering the tree, there's about 10, 15 games. What do we do all day? We game. Years down the road, we get a PlayStation. This begins my journey into a Sony gamer. My first thing I buy by myself as a child, my PlayStation 2. Best $250 I ever spent. To this day, that console will hold a special place in my heart. I've always got my PlayStation controller within arm's reach. Doesn't matter where I am in my living room. Played my games all day throughout high school. They really saved my life in high school. That's what they did. High school wasn't very easy for me. I only really made it because my brother was the quarterback of the football team. I would have been bullied a lot more, but I wasn't because of him. It took a long time for me to accept my gayness, so to speak. You go through a lot of cycles when you're figuring things out. There weren't any gay icons for me to really look at when I was that age. Will and Jack from Will and Grace would have been the only ones. Was I bi? Was I alone? I didn't know. But it gets better. That's all I can say. It started with a letter. I gave it to one of my best girlfriends. She took it home, read it, came over the next day, and life's been better since. After that letter, there was a conversation. After the conversation, there was a woman that I wanted to ask to prom. I didn't want her to get the wrong intention, so I told her I was gay first, then I asked her to prom. At that point, I was on top of the world. I wrote an article in the school newspaper about figuring out I was gay throughout high school. That opened up a lot of doors. People who had once bullied me were now shaking my hand and telling me how brave I was and apologizing for the way they had treated me those years. Now, thank you for joining me on this. I know it may have been an emotional roller coaster, but I had a lot of fun. I still have all of my memories of my aunt and I cherish them to this day. I still get excited for every video game that I buy, and gay power. Now, there are two kinds of people in the world. Those who can extrapolate information from incomplete data.
Thanks, Michael. We are going to move over to our last presenter in the communications showcase, Miss Jennifer. Jen, take it away.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer, and I'd like to thank you all for giving me a reason to put on a little makeup. It's been a very long time since I had that opportunity. I am presenting one of my first recorded speeches. It's entitled September is National Recovery Month, and it was for Comms 160 Argumentation. It's an action speech, which is supposed to encourage people to make a change or to perform an action. So hopefully it has some type of effect. It resonates a little bit. I'd quickly like to thank the communications department for helping us transition from a very in-person type of task to an online to the online aspect. It's been difficult, and so you'll see me struggling with technology through this speech. And a very special thank you to Professor Engstrom and to Professor Chambers, who encouraged me to fall in love with communications as a major and helped me improve every semester and helped me get accepted to San Diego State next semester. So thank you. September is National Recovery Month, and today I'm going to persuade you to donate either your time or money to a local nonprofit treatment center to help combat drug and alcohol addiction. Before we get started, I'd like to bring your attention to the growing number of people struggling for their substance abuse problems, which is roughly only 19% of those who needed it. Good morning, my name is Jennifer, and today I'm going to persuade you to donate your time or tax-deductible contributions in order to combat addiction. I encountered alcohol as a teenager and went on to drink for over 2 decades. With help of a local inpatient treatment center, I'll be alcohol and drug free for 4 years this month. So this is my 3-year token, and I get my 4-year token at the end of the month. I'm one of the lucky ones. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the national problem of drug and alcohol addiction, what addiction is, and what strategies have helped others. And I'm going to give you examples of local nonprofit treatment centers, and how you can help. There's a national epidemic of deaths caused by drugs and alcohol in America. First, I'd like to talk to you about the statistics. The Center for Disease Control stated that more than 67,000 Americans died from drug overdoses in 2018. That includes both illegal and prescription narcotics. On top of that, more than 72,000 people died from alcohol-related deaths that same year. The National Institutes of Health have reported that the number of alcohol-related deaths has doubled from 1999 to 2017. But what about those still living with addiction? According to Dr. Kemma Taylor, the director of the Closing the Addiction Gap Initiative, 23.5 million Americans are addicted to alcohol and drugs. That's approximately 1 out of every 10 Americans over the age of 12, roughly the entire population of Texas. So what's this costing us? A 2002 study by the County of San Diego estimates that locally alcohol and drug abuse costs us over $3 billion a year. But according to a study funded by the state of California in 1992, every dollar spent on recovery and treatment services saves us $7 in healthcare, law enforcement, and other taxpayer costs. Now that you're aware of the statistics, I'd like to talk to you about addiction. I'd like to tell you a little bit about addiction itself and the 5 stages of change. According to the Annual Review of Psychology, the development of addiction involves a transition from casual to compulsive patterns of drug use. This can mean that both the mind and the physical body start to crave these substances. Then a person continues to seek out drugs and alcohol despite negative consequences that come along with them. But change is possible. There are 5 stages of change. I'm going to show you my 5 stages chart. Here you see pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action, and maintenance. People in pre-contemplation, make that a little bigger. People in pre-contemplation do not believe a problem exists, even though others are pointing out the problem. This can lead to contemplation. Here the person begins to see they have a problem. Next is preparation. Here people mentally prepare to change their habit. Finally, action. This is where people modify their surroundings and their behavior. Next is maintenance, keeping it up. So relapse is on the chart, but it is not a part of everyone's story. And I cannot get to, there we go. As you see in this chart from the Journal of American Medical Associations in 2000, when a person is fighting any chronic illness, including addiction or asthma, and they stop their treatment plan, that's considered a relapse. If this is a part of a person's story, that's okay. Most people go through stages, they go through the stages of change a few times before they succeed. Now that we've talked about addiction, I'd like to talk to you about some local organizations that need your help. Last thing I want to tell you are some examples of inpatient centers, outpatient centers, and meetings. For that, I have a PowerPoint. Here we go. Most nonprofit recovery programs get their revenue from annual grants, and the remainder come from tax-free donations and client fees. Or for meetings, that's voluntary donations. Inpatient treatment means living on site in a treatment facility and working on recovery full-time. Pathfinders, founded in 1950, is California's oldest recovery home for men. Their website hosts a list of items they need. Crossroads is an inpatient residential treatment program for women established in 1957. It's the first residential treatment program the first women's program in San Diego County, and it's the second oldest in California. Today, they're having a virtual auction and they're also accepting donations via an Amazon website. There's also outpatient treatment, which is attending weekly or daily meetings or classes. Stepping Stone is one of the only LGBTQ focused programs in the country, and they have been around for 41 years. Their outpatient treatment center is there to help people who need more flexibility around their work schedule. They accept donations, but also offer the opportunity to order engraved commemorative tiles for their courtyard. There are also tons of meetings available on Zoom. There are science-based programs like Smart Recovery, which focus on changing cognitive behavior. There are 12-step programs like Alcoholics Anonymous or Marijuana Anonymous. There's even Al-Anon and Alateen meetings to help the family of alcoholics better understand the addicts in their lives. All these programs accept online donations. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention. Most of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to tell you about some local organizations. Today, I've talked to you about the national problem of drug and alcohol addiction, what addiction is and the stages of change, and what you can do to help local treatment centers. Thank you.
So Communication Showcase presenters, let me wrap this up by just telling you how, on behalf of us COM faculty, how proud we are of all the hard work you do and how honored we are that you were able to represent our program today. You guys did great. We had some great projects. So I'm going to turn it over to our next event, which is spoken word. We're running a little behind, but we're playing some catch up.
Yes.
So Deanna or Bobby, take it over.
Yes, I will start out and then Professor Chambers is here. Professor Chambers is here, right? Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I will just get that going and then we'll move over to, we're in our spoken word segment. We had our little intermission music all prepared and we didn't get to use it, but that's okay. We'll do it next year, right? Okay, so let me get started right away. I'm gonna put the screen share up. Hopefully I can maneuver here. And I'm Deanna Shelton. I'm Professor of Communication Studies and Chair of the Communications Program. And I'm so happy that you're here. Let's get our slideshow up really quickly here. And then I'm gonna have Professor Chambers take it away. Okay, so here we go. Got the mood going here. We're gonna hear some great poetry from our students, from our Comms 101 and Comms 103 students they are students of Professor Chambers. I wanna share a little bit about him. He has been with City since 2017. And he is a freeway flyer professor. He's everywhere. He's here, he's Mesa, he's Grossmont, Cuyamaca. Everyone knows Professor Chambers. He's San Diego State too, sometimes everywhere. So just want to give a shout out to him because he's been a really instrumental part of our public speaking courses, voice and articulation, and it really means a lot to the students. He's also very active in our social justice committees, diversity committee, world cultures, AFT. I could go on, but the other thing I want to share is that he did bring Voices from the Left, an event that he's a co-founder of with his sister, Sakina Gallardo from Mesa, and they put on this fabulous event. So we're going to look forward to seeing that as we get into the next coming semesters. And if you all haven't had a chance to be a part of Voices from the Left, please look out for it. So let me stop talking. You know how we can go on. So I will get out of the way, and Professor Chambers, will you take it away now?
Deanna, thank you so much. Thank you so much. First of all, it's so good to see you, Ms. McCullough. I have missed you. Thank you for being in the class. You did a great job on your speech. Thank you to my amazing dean, Ms. Tyler, and my amazing chair, Deanna, and the full-time staff between Aaron and Maria Jose. They are the greatest department to work for, and I'm very blessed in that aspect. So what we have lined up for you today is we have dual readings, which is oral interpretation. And my approach to teaching is giving students theater training. And this theater training helps them to get the fundamental skills that they need for speeches such as vocal variation, emotional variation, teaching them good eye contact, how to keep the body stable as you speak. And it's just a fun project. And I've noticed over the last couple of semesters since I've implemented this, I've seen a lot of improvement in confidence and a lot of improvements in diction and articulation. And The first presentation we're going to watch is a dual oral interpretation, which is written by myself and performed by two of my students. One, his name is Max. He couldn't be present here today. He has a military obligation, but his growth in this class, this young man did not want to speak. It was very hard to get him to put forth the courage that he needed to get through the speech, and he's just grown so much in this class, and his transformation has been amazing. His partner Jasmine is just a joy to have in class. So our first presentation is a dual interpretation called Say His Name, and it's by Max Schweitzer and Jasmine Shaw.
Okay.
Do I just share, Tiana?
Okay, I'll stop sharing so we can.
Let me pull up my. Okay, can we see?
Yes.
But is the audio enabled though, Tiana? Did I need to do that so they can hear the sound?
I think, yes, you would need that.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Okay. Where's the play button? There we go.
Oh, in the center right there. I think you got it.
2, 1.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Shaw,
I'm Max Schweitzer.
and this is Say His Name by RJ Chambers. So you're just gonna sit there and not say anything? We've been coming here for 6 months. For the past 6 months, you act like you don't care. You act like you don't give a shit.
What do you want me to say, Quinn? Huh? What am I supposed to say? Don't tell me I don't care. Don't you dare say that to me. I wouldn't be here if I didn't care. Can't believe you would say some shit like that.
I'm just saying, you never say anything really. You never say how you feel. You never want to talk about what happened. I thought that was the whole point of us coming here, was to talk.
Did you ever think I don't want to talk about it? I've talked about it enough. And every time I do, I don't feel any better. I just feel more like shit. It would just feel great if I could feel something again, just to connect.
This is what we are here for, right? To feel better, to try and find some type of closure. I don't know about you, but I can't go on like this. I can't go on another day without being able to sleep, with having the nightmares. I'm tired of everything. I hate to shut my eyes at night. I hate to dream and can't.
You just what? Say it. You just what? Say it, please, Quinn. You just feel like what I feel like all the time, every minute of every day. Say it, please. I didn't think so. You know what? I don't even know why we're here. Every time it goes, you sitting there and me sitting here, and no one says shit. I'm fucking done. This is bullshit. I'm out of here.
Please, David, don't go. Please, just sit down, please. Can we just try this time? Like, really try? So how have you been? How is work? Did you get that big contract? How is your mom? Your sister was telling me that she was sick and was having to have some type of procedure. She also said that she's having a baby.
Well, I'm okay. As good as I can be, actually. Thank you for asking. I really do appreciate that. And work is good. I did get that big contract, which is great. My mom is okay. She's gonna have surgery next month. Nothing major though, just a routine procedure. And yeah, Cassie's gonna have another baby. So how's Garrett? How are you two doing?
Yeah, about that situation. There is no Garrett anymore. That was just a bad situation from the beginning. I've just been trying to focus on work and school. I decided to finish my degree. I think I want to go to law school.
Wow, that's great. You've always wanted to do that. I'm so happy for you. And like I always said, you'd be an amazing lawyer. I miss him so much, Quinn. I miss him so much, it literally aches. It's a pain I cannot describe or even begin to put into words. It's like being cut open from here to here with a jagged, sharp object, and someone reaches in and takes out your heart. I just need it back, or just a piece of it. I just need someone to help me get it back.
I really wish I could. I really wish I could help you get it back, or even just a piece of it, because if I could, I would. I miss his smile, his smell, his soft touch. But most of all, I miss his laughter. I carried him for 9 months. I gave birth to him, and he lived for 12 months? How does that happen? How is that even fair? He was my life. He was my light. He was my joy. He was my world. And now my world is a lonely place. I'm nothing. I'm no one. I'm nowhere without him.
Me too, Quinn. Wow. Look at us. We're actually talking and saying how we feel. Instead of us paying $125 an hour, we should just pay ourselves. Do you take credit cards?
Yeah, actually, I do. I have my square in my purse. I miss you, David. I miss your humor. You always made me laugh.
Quinn, I would just love to make you laugh again. We just laugh, laugh, laugh. I miss knowing what that feels like.
I just want you to know, I don't blame you anymore. It was an accident, and I know that now. I am so sorry I blamed you. I was just so angry.
I blame myself each and every day for so long. I just wished I would have made sure his seat was hooked. I should have double checked it, but I was in a rush. I had to pick up the cake and the balloons. And you know how he always used to strap himself in. He used to say, "Daddy, look, I did it. I strapped myself in. Am I a good boy?" He was so smart. He was so kind. It's not fair. It's just not fucking fair. I should have died, not him, not my precious little boy.
It's not your fault, David. It's not your fault. And it's so unfair. And I have hated you for so long. I hated the sight of you because when I looked at you, I saw him. And I was constantly reminded that he was gone and never coming back.
Why don't you just say his name? Why can't we just say it?
I can't. I won't. I just can't do it, David. I want to, but I just can't.
We both need to. We both need to say his name to keep his memory alive. Oh, look at this picture I found. Do you remember this?
Oh my God, where did you find this? I remember this day. This is the day he pooped in his diaper and he brought it to us. Remember? He said, "Look, mommy, daddy, I pooped myself."
Yeah, I do remember that. It was awesome, you pooped. Pretty quite messy and smelly.
Hey, let's get out of here. Can I buy you lunch?
That sounds great. I'm starving. Where are we going to go? You know I'm not a cheap date.
There's this great place just down the street. They have great pasta. Oh, Ron is finally here. Hey, Ron, we decided to cancel the session today. Why? Well, we had time here to sit here and talk about some things.
I know. Actually, Ron, we're going to go grab some lunch. We have something to say to you, Ron. We had a son. Precious little boy.
He was born August 14th, 2018.
And he died August 14th, 2019. And his name was Jacob
Anthony
McCarthy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. So that's just an example of, we take a piece of literature or a play or a scene and we convert it into like an oral interpretation, which has elements of acting, but it's considered still a speech. So that was just an example of that. And those two did an extraordinary job bringing those two characters to life, I thought. And Ms. Shelton, who's up next? Caesar. Caesar's in my Comms 101 class. He's an amazing young man. Just gives such a good energy when he comes into class. We're having such a good time in 101. And he wrote a spectacular piece, and I had to have him share it with everybody else. Whenever you're ready, Caesar.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cesar Barajas, and I'm in Communication Studies, Comms 101, with Professor Chambers. And today I'll be presenting my poem titled Blindness, titled by myself. I walk in the light every day, filled with joy, filled with such independence, with such tranquility and hope. For my entire life, many have depended on me, and I did not mind. I loved and respected myself enough to be the anchor for many. I did everything I could to be good, to be faithful, but my greatest challenge was slowly being built by this loving carpenter. And I never really knew true darkness well. I only knew its name, but that's it. And not knowing true darkness, I opened my eyes, and there's almost nothing. And in a flight or fight mode, I rushed to the doctor like the Flash, only to come to a brief stop. There was still hope to be saved. I walk in with fog in my eyes. And it doesn't require full vision to see the look of the doctor to know what has happened. I leave. I sit on my broken bed, knowing that I am no longer independent. I'm no longer free. I'm no longer an anchor. With this thought, I hear a voice, a rather familiar voice. And he says, God gives us challenges that will have us suffer a great deal, but not to hurt you, to see how much you will let him and others to help you now. The fear of suffering every day in spite of this, I am choosing to let myself be helped from others. I am choosing to cope with the darkness, the fogginess. I am going to embrace blindness. Thank you very much.
Amazing job, Cesar, amazing. I'd like the audience to know it. We've had to overcome being on this platform, and it hasn't been easy, especially with the dual oral interpretations. It's very difficult because this is usually done in person. But as you can see, we've overcome that barrier, and these students are just so amazing. And I just can't get enough of my students. They're just amazing. Next up. Thank you, Caesar. These two young ladies, Paulina and Alina, are just a joy. They're just gems, first of all. Alina's growth has come so much. She was very, very shy in the beginning of the class, early in the semester, and she's just grown so much. And Paulina is just become a little powerhouse, and they put on this amazing performance of this piece entitled Homecoming, and I hope you all enjoy. Ready, ladies?
Also, I have one quick question, Professor Chambers. Is it best for me to keep their slide up or like take this down? I didn't want to interrupt.
We can take it.
I don't know what the view is, so I don't want to interrupt them.
Yeah, I can see them clearly. I don't know.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay.
I think on YouTube you couldn't see Caesar. It was just his thing, and it was him on top like that.
Oh, okay. Maybe we could take it down. Okay. There we go. Right, ladies, have a great performance.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Melina Vargas.
I'm Paulina Morales.
And we will be presenting
Homecoming, written by R.J. Chambers. Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Hi. Hi. I'm Nicole. I brought these clothes for my mother. Her name? Dolores. Last name? Mitchell. No, her last name is Mitchell, yes. I also brought some jewelry, makeup, and hair clips. I want her to look. Also, could I be notified immediately if there are any issues? Thank you. Why are you here?
Nicole, it's good to see you. I'm really sorry I'm late. The flight was delayed. I couldn't get a cab. I'm here now.
¿Qué estás haciendo aquí? Why are you here?
What are you talking about?
Exactly what I said. We haven't seen you in the past 5 years.
I don't feel like this is a time or place to do this right now.
Why? Mama's dead now. I think this is the best time.
Keep your voice down. We're in a public place.
I don't give a damn where we are, to be quite honest.
Can we just be hermanas right now? Please. I know you're angry and upset, and you have every right to be. And you're right. I have not been here for you or Mama like I should have. But trust me, I have my reasons.
This has been so hard on me, Melissa. I've been dealing with realtors trying to make feudal arrangements y toda sola.
Yo sé. But I'm here now and will be here for as long as needed.
I wish I could believe. I really wish I could. But you promised to come home last year and you never came. When I told you Mama didn't have long. She died a slow, painful, and agonizing death. And I was with her the entire time. ¿Dónde estabas tú? You are a cold-hearted bitch. Mama weighed 72 pounds when she died, Melissa. Did you hear me? 72 pounds. Just imagine watching someone you love the most wasting away, and there's nothing you can do about it. No puedes hacer nada. So yeah, once again, you are a cold and heartless bitch.
You know what? I deserve that. Like I said, can we just be sisters right now? Please. You have no idea the things I have gone through over the past years. Can we go somewhere and have a cup of coffee? Por favor. And just talk?
What a homecoming. You'll finally come home when your mother dies. But sure, let's go someplace. I'm dying to know what's so important.
Hi, can I get a table for two, please? Thank you.
So, sister, tell me what this alleged tragedy has kept you from coming home for so long. Please, don't leave out any details. Let's hear your sad and tragic story. Let me guess, you're dying or something, right?
I don't know how to quite say this, but yes, I'm dying.
What?
I'm dying, Nicole.
Oh my gosh. Are you sure? Really? I was just kidding.
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. ¿Qué tienes?
I have this rare disease. It's called amyloidosis. It affects the heart, the liver, the kidneys, and spleen. I have been to several specialists and they have all said the same thing. I have 12 months or less. I have come to terms with it. It's also quite painful at times. I guess this is my karma, right?
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. ¿Por qué no nos dijiste nada?
Well, I knew you were dealing with Mama and I knew Mama was really sick. I didn't want to burden her with my problems.
Burden? You wouldn't have been a burden. Somos familia, no matter what, right?
I came to visit Mama when she was in the hospital. I didn't want you to know because I knew you were mad at me.
You came to visit Mama?
Yes, I did. I'm not a total cold-hearted bitch, Nicole.
Well, where's Joe? I thought you had ran off with your rich boyfriend and totally forgot about us.
We got divorced after just a year and 2 months. He was very abusive. He cheated on me. This facade he put up of being a great guy was all a lie. All a lie. I had this dream of a Prince Charming taking me away on this white horse, showering me with gifts and doing special things for me, treating me like a princess. But he ended up being this monster. I was so ashamed to face anyone, let alone come home. I felt like a complete failure. I gave up everything for him and lost everything for him.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know. No lo sabía. What can I do?
Just be my sister. I'm sorry for hurting and not being there when you need me the most. That is something that I will have
We're
to deal with.
sisters, right? We're supposed to have fights and hate each other's.
We bury our mama and we go from there. This is something that we have to do, pero juntas.
This is how community is supposed to be. Family coming together. I just wish it was under different circumstances. I miss her. I miss her smile, her smell, her laughter.
I do too, Nicole.
We need to head back to the house and start packing up her things. We have to prepare for the funeral.
Yeah, we better get going.
¿Tienes miedo? Are you scared?
Now that I'm with you, not anymore. Not anymore. Come on, sister. Thank you for listening.
Beautiful job, ladies. One thing that we do is we embrace culture in my class, and all of our department has that. We are huge on using other languages, and in a lot of the scenes, students who don't speak that particular language are learning from their partners. So it's such an interaction and an exchange. One of our scenes in another class, a young man actually learned to speak a little bit of Vietnamese because his partner was Vietnamese. So it was just amazing to see those language barriers and that cultural awareness that echoes in all of my classes, which is amazing. We're going to go out of order slightly. We have performers who are here that are live, and we might not get to see two of the last performances that were recorded due to the interest of time. So we're going to have the next duo go, and then we'll end with Fabio. And the next duo is Sai and Tamara. And Tamara and Sai are amazing students. I could not ask for two better gems. Tamara's joining us from Florida, and it's just amazing to have her both in the class. And I would just like to say they really wanted to do this piece because of the message that it has in it, and it's such a powerful piece. And ladies, have a great presentation. Tamara, your mic is off. Ready, ladies? 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Tamara Ballardetta.
And I'm Sai Knight.
We will be reciting a piece called Rising Star.
Read by Professor R.J. Chambers.
We want to let you know that some of the subject matter may be triggering. Knock, knock. Hey, what a great show. I need to speak to Joe about the lighting on that last set, but what an amazing show. You did that, girl.
Thanks.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just really tired. I'm ready to get out of here and go back to the hotel.
Okay, I'll let everyone know that you want to wrap things up. Hey, you sure you're okay? What's wrong? Talk to me, sis.
I'm just really tired, Moon. I just want to go to the hotel, take a shower, and lay down. We have 2 more shows this week, and I'm exhausted. I really need to rest.
Yeah, okay. But why do I feel like there's something you're not telling me?
Moon, it's nothing. I'm just tired. Why do you always think there's something wrong with me? You're my sister. You're not my shrink, my doctor, or my mother.
You're right. I'm not your doctor, your shrink, or your mother. I'm your stage manager. But guess what? I'm your sister first and foremost. Quit being such a bitch. Damn.
I'm not being a bitch. I'm just tired of you always asking, are you okay? Are you okay? My God, I know what you're thinking or assuming.
Wait, I'm not thinking or assuming anything.
Yes, you are, Moon. You're always thinking I'm going to relapse. Well, guess what? I'm not. I will never go back to that dark place. So if that's what you're so worried about, stop, please.
Are we being honest right now? Is this what this is? Okay, I'll admit it. I worry about you, Star. I do worry about you relapsing. I know that was not an easy time for you, but guess what? It wasn't for me either. It was hard on all of us, not just you. I spent many nights with you at the hospital, taking care of your business affairs, keeping all the things in order for your tour dates, dealing with the record company, the media on your behalf, on top of being a mother. It's really rough, Star. But guess what? I would do it all over again if I had to.
Look, just be my stage manager right now, okay? That's all I need you to do. Do what I pay you to do, what I pay you very well to do. Now, is there anything else?
Wow. Where's this coming from? Why are you acting like this towards me? What did I do wrong? I am generally just concerned about you. What you said was not necessary. Why'd you have to go there? You're right, you do pay me. But guess what? I work my ass off for it. And I'm damn good at what I do. I should actually be paid more.
Well, when you pay me back some of the money you owe me.
I knew this was coming. I knew you're going to bring this up again, like you always do.
Well, you say you're worried about me. What about you and your gambling issue? What about that? Oh, wait, you still owe me over $20,000. Plus, I had to bail you out of jail, pay for your attorney fees, pay for Ayana's daycare because your tired ass baby daddy wouldn't get a job. And you have the nerve to talk about I should pay you more money. Girl, please, miss me with all that. As a matter of fact, get the hell out of my dressing room. Can you manage that, stage manager?
We'll gladly get out of your dressing room. That was low, Star. That was really low. And that was a long time ago. And if you didn't notice, I've been paying you back every single cent. On each one of my paychecks, money's taken back to pay you back what I owe you. Did you know that? And don't forget, Ayana is your niece. All right, I forget putting you through that. I do. There's not a day that goes by that I don't regret it. But I don't need you to keep bringing it up every single time you're mad at something else that has nothing to do with me. But since we're going there, let's go there, brother.
What did you say? What did you just say?
You heard what I said. I said, brother. Did you need me to say it again?
Oh, get out. Get out. Get the hell out right now, Moon. I mean it. Get out.
I'll leave. But I heard what happened. I know why you're really upset. And you're taking it out on me, which is convenient, which is wrong. But you always do this.
You heard what? What did you hear, Moon? Tell me.
I heard about what happened between you and Sergio. Did you tell him? Or did you have to find out from someone else? Did you think you could keep that from him, Star? He's no different from the other men you've dated.
Shut up, Moon. Shut up.
No, I'm not going to shut up. This is the one time I'm going to speak and tell you how I really feel. You were born Kavian Star Morrison, my brother. Later on in life, you became Rising Star Morrison, my sister. But guess what? I love you. No matter what, if you want to be my brother or my sister, I love you. I've always loved you. We've always been close. And I truly accept you for who you are.
I'm sorry, Moon. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say what I said. Please forgive me. I just wanted to be honest with him. I wanted him to know everything about me. I did not want to have to lie again. I really thought this time would be different, but it ended the same. You have no idea what it feels like to look into a mirror and see a woman, feel like a woman, live as a woman, but not be accepted as one. No one wants me to be honest about who I am. The record company doesn't want me to be honest about who I am. Mama didn't want me to be honest about who I am, and Daddy disowned me. You're the only person who has always been there for me and truly accepted me. Why?
Because I love you, bitch. You're a diva, honey. You're letting them have it on that stage every single night, Miss Thing. And you were fierce. Yes. No more of this sad talk about the past and bad memories. We're about to turn up tonight. So wipe them tears, go to the hotel, shower, rest up, and I will meet you there later.
Thank you, Moon. You are right. I am fierce and letting these real bitches have it. I finally feel like I'm coming into whom I'm supposed to be. And it feels good, Moon. But the best thing about all of this is you're here with me to share it.
Well, where else would I be? I need a job. Honestly, you truly are a rising star that's shining brightly. Never let anyone take your light. No one, you hear me? I'll see you at the hotel later. Bye, bro.
Bitch. Moon.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
This performance has been dedicated to all of the transgender women in the world who are faced with adversity, hostility, and non-acceptance. I say to you all, be proud of who you are. Raise your head up high. No longer be fearful to be who you were meant to be. And ladies, do not be afraid to be the next rising star. Never forget, we were born this way.
Thank you so much for watching.
Amazing, amazing, amazing work. Ladies, great performance. And a lot of the pieces that I write and I bring to class, we tackle so many different social issues, and there's so much violence against transgender community. I have a lot of friends who are in that community, and there's so much violence in that community, and we needed to do a piece like this, and these two students felt so passionate about doing it. And as you can see, they did a phenomenal job. Ladies, thank you once again. Next up, I think we have Fabio doing a short story. He is another gem in Com 101, and he is Italian. He has the most probably beautiful voice we've ever heard. We make him talk in class because he has such a phenomenal voice, and he's just an amazing man that has so much knowledge and so much to give to the class, and it's been a joy to have him. Fabio, have a great performance.
Thank you, Professor Chambers. My name is Fabio Massimo Pecciucci, and I'm gonna be reading a story I wrote. I remember coming back home upset. I was at a loss in the empty apartment. She just started running away from me. Every time she turned around to look at me, I could see terror in her eyes. I tried running at first. She seemed getting even more scared. She started up the block, then crossed the street. She would look back at me every so often, then sprint ahead even faster. So I started walking as fast as I could, calling her. I was hoping that just by seeing me walking, she would come down. No matter what I tried, she kept running away. Suddenly, she was a whole block ahead of me. I was cringing at the thought of her getting hit by a car once again. Likely, that side of Brooklyn was empty on Sunday morning. I was hoping somebody would see her and stop the runaway pup. She was running scared, and I was frantic. As I was approaching the border of Park Slope at Fifth Avenue, I could see her crossing on 6th. Then all of a sudden, a flock of people coming out from church crowded my view. I lost sight of her. I went up and down the street and then around the block. Here the streets with stores and restaurants were swarming with the Sunday morning crowd. I felt out of place. I felt ashamed. How could I have lost her? My eyes got tired of searching. After an hour, I started heading back, defeated. I remember laying down thinking that maybe it was better that way. I never really wanted a dog. My job was too demanding for a dog into my life. Earlier that morning, during our usual walk, I yelled at her. After she suddenly crossed the street to go greet another dog, her car hit the brakes. Hearing the screech, she froze. She looked at me sheepishly. I yelled at her. She was just being a puppy and I got angry. More at myself though. She recognized anger. That's all it took. Suddenly, from shocked, she turned into terrorized. She probably thought I was punishing her and started running away. I knew she was an abused dog, but I was just now realizing the extent of that abuse. Later that afternoon, I got up and called a few friends for comfort. Nancy gave me the idea. Post flyers, she said. Put a picture on it. How did I not think of that? Early next morning, armed with flyers and tape, I retraced my step from the previous day. I started posting on poles and traffic lights and revisiting the anxiety of the previous day. On the corner of Fifth Avenue, I taped my flyer on a light pole. Then, as I was about to post on the opposite side, I froze. A picture of Benny was staring at me from another flyer, and it was a better picture than mine. The message simply said, "This could be your dog," and a phone number. I could not believe it. I frantically dialed the number. After what seemed like an eternity, a man picked up. He sounded suspicious. "How do I know it's your dog?" I told him how I rescued Benny after she got run over by a car. "She lost the upper left canine," I explained. He checked her mouth, then gave me the address. I was exhilarated. Up the stoop of the house, I rang the bell. As he opened the door, I saw my Benny creeping her head in between his legs. She gave out a low cry and peed on what looked like an expensive carpet. "Oh, it's okay," Fred. "Don't worry. I'm glad she got home." I thanked him. We said our goodbyes, and with her leash, she seemed too eager to go on. Benny and I then gingerly walked home, just like nothing happened. Thank you very much for listening.
Beautiful. You all can hear his voice is just captivating. So we make him talk in class. We're like, Fabio, say something, please. Fabio, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is Jasmine present?
I am.
Okay, sweetheart, we're gonna have you go next. We're gonna do all the live performances next. And I don't know if you all saw in the previous performance how we use the book as a prop. And since it's not acting, it's interp, so still considered a speech, but we use elements of acting. So if you notice the angles with Sai was looking over her shoulder and Tamara used the book to knock on the book and come in as a door. So we do those things to help with the imagery of the pieces to make them more realistic. I hope you all are seeing the little details and that we incorporate into these performances. Jasmine is another joy in class. As you can see from her photo, she has a beautiful smile, and her smile just lights up class every time she lights up and comes into the room. And she's just a wonderful human being, and I'm glad I've gotten to know her. Jasmine, have a great presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Shaw. I am a current Comms 103 student with Professor Chambers. I will be performing Letters to My Father, written by myself. This is something we all probably can relate to, and it goes a little something like this. People will love you and support you when it's beneficial. I'm a forgive, I won't forget, but I'm a dead the issue. I grew up knowing that this man was my father, but when it came down to supporting me, not just financially, but mentally and emotionally and physically when I needed a dad, he wasn't there. I've spent pretty much my whole life resenting the fact that he would rather have my brother and not me. But I'm at a point in my life now where I no longer can care what or how he feels about me and my lifestyle choices. I decided on July 1st, 2014, that I will no longer carry the burden of wanting to please this man, who I never truly had a connection with, other than genetically. Yes, he's there when I'm getting some type of recognition, but during the struggle, he's nowhere to be found. I had to start thinking about me and my needs in their entirety. I forgive him for being the dad that he was, but I won't forget the things that I've gone through or felt because of him. But I'm gonna dead the issue of wanting to be number one in his eyes, as well as dealing with the pain he has caused in my life. At 21 years old, the bullshit stops here. As far as this man goes, with that being said, although I do love you and without you, I would not be here today, I have to decide whether I'm gonna continue to let you maintain this dark space you've created in my heart, or finally release it and you and fully move on with my life. I have to do what's best for me, just as I feel you have done my entire life. And that means letting you go completely. Thank you for giving me life, and I will always love you, but I gotta love me more. Thank you all for listening.
That's right, sweetheart. As we talk, you have to love you more, and you have to always put yourself first. Beautiful. So I make poetry mandatory in my class to give students a safe space to release and let them be seen and heard. And a lot of times that's what a lot of students need. And I noticed since I've done that, I see a lot more confidence in the room. And we do a lot of community building early in the semester to create a safe space so people will want to share. And they shared such personal things in such a safe space. So it's amazing that they have got the courage now and the confidence to share that with others. And hopefully from their release, they can help other people. So it's not only medicating for myself, but for the classmates in the community when we put on these types of presentations. Great job. So next up, I think we're gonna have, is it Lizetta, Tiana?
Okay, let me see if I think we have her clip really quickly here. Is this rounding out the show today, I think?
Yeah,
Okay.
We can end with Lizetta's. I actually have class.
You have class starting soon. We didn't miss anyone, did we?
Anna, we have Anna's.
Okay, but I'm gonna see if I can play Lizetta's because excuse me, she did get hers to me, and I think I can play it right off of this screen.
Okay. I'm actually hoping, and I'm gonna throw this pitch from seeing what's happening in 101, that my amazing dean and chair will help me get COM 111 on the schedule, because that is another
Okay, you got the plug in.
class.
Okay, I think we heard the plug. The dean's still here. Okay, here is Lizetta.
Hello, good morning. My name is Lizetta Smith, and I'll be presenting an original piece called Multiple Sides. I am a Native American woman. I'm a Hispanic American woman, and I'm an African American woman, and I'm fucking proud of it. It's weird how before saying that out loud felt like a disgrace. How I was born in a world where I'm already the minority for the color of my skin. I will no longer treat my both sides with shame. I'm standing here showing the hate and the discrimination my skin has gone over the generation. I was brainwashed with the idea that I was not worth anything and convinced that the history of my ancestors will not repeat. My last name representing the slave owner that once paid cents for my family tree. The hangouts, the R&B, the cookouts, the penetrating smell of tobacco. Smiles fulfilled. Get down and keep still. You don't want to get killed. Why do I still remember my little black grandma repeating, there's so many possibilities and none of them appeal, but maybe tomorrow they will. I'm standing here with my feet also touching the border. From when the memories of when I lived in Tijuana, the leftover crumbs of el pan del día del muerto. My last name representing the power and hard work mis abuelitos made for keeping the culture and traditions once taught to them alive. Do they also apply to my black side? The backhanded comments about the soap that will make my skin lighter and the have kids with el güerito. Somehow tienes que mejorar la raza. You're not like the other black girls I see. You don't talk like the other black girls in the street, but what the fuck is that supposed to mean? All this constant trying feels pointless alongside the uncertainty that life is. I'm no longer going to look like something to conquer. I'm no longer going to let someone treat me like property. I'm no longer going to feel guilty for letting my thoughts flow freely from my mouth. My honesty will never feel like attention seeking. Who I am is still unknown. Different cultures, different traditions, all part of my routine. They're the things that make me, me. But I say to you all, be proud of who you are. Thank you.
Lizetta struggled with this piece. We had many meetings. I said, you are a child of two worlds and you've got to get the story out. And we worked on it and she just did an amazing, amazing job on it in class and just now. And it's just amazing to be a part of. Once again, like I said, my comm department is amazing. And these students are just gems. So hopefully once again, comm 111. But okay. Deanna, I will turn it back to you.
So it looks like, are we closing it out for today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Chambers and everyone involved, students. I see some of the panelists stayed on board that were from the other shows, the other sections and other instructors. Thank you so much. This is a great full day. Thanks for your patience. We didn't get to have our intermission or break, so we had this long stretch, but we need to take a 5. We hope to make it 5. Let's say 5 to 8, okay? For all of us in speech and all that. We know we got to deal with time. So we're going to go because we got to get winners. We're going to come back with our winners, our award ceremony, President's Award, Dean's Awards, Showcase Awards, on, and a raffle for the Diversity Committee sponsored 4 raffle tickets for students to go to a conference, for the in-court conference. So we'll be right back. We'll have some light music for you, intermission, and if you want to hang tight, we'll be right back.
Take a break. Thank you, everyone. I love you, comm family. I love you from the bottom of my heart.
We love you too.
Jeannie, you are the best. Deanna, you are the best. Thank you so much.
You.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, comm 111. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So we'll move over to our break and we'll be right back with you.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What time do we come back?
I would say about 8 minutes or so. I think that may do it. No more than 10. So maybe take a little stretch break if you're still around and want to pop back in. And then we'll be posting the awards on our website too, okay?
Oh, cool. Is it for the professors or students?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is it for the professors or students?
The winners of the students that participated, there will be winners. There will be awards for them.
Oh, yes. I'm still going to be here for the rest of the meeting, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So we'll be back.
And did you like my presentation on what I did?
Oh, yes, you did a great job. We had a lot of great presentations. Thank you. Yeah, it was very informative.
Yeah, in case I forgot to tell you, I could have put one more slide that reminds me of dance also, like some movies and series or something.
I thought you had really, some good visuals and things, so I thought that was good. So let me see if I can, I gotta go over and meet the team really quickly. I'm going to set up the sound here, and we will be right back. Jeannie is okay with that, or?
Randy, if you can hear me, would you please come to the
Oh, you know what, George?
judges room, which is in our Canvas class?
All right, tell me when you're ready. You're muted, Deanna. Do you want me to go? Deanna, you're muted. All right, we got George here. Do we got Misael back over here? Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, so the overall President's Award for $300 goes to Jesus Lopez and the Cooking Challenge. Yay! All right, and so then we're gonna have some first and second places. So we're gonna start with the poster presentations. Poster presentations, first place goes to, I just moved my thing out of my way, sorry. First place goes to sleep deprivation for Alicia Canales and Pierre Fayen Patrizzi. So you're gonna get $150, that's the Dean's Award from Dean Randy Barnes. Second place, which is going to be, there's two groups for second place, and that's the Mr. J, or Professor J and Professor C award, and that's going to be $100, and we have two of those. One is going to Ana Maria Zamora with COVID vaccines, pros and cons, and the other one is going to Courtney, Darlene, and Brian Alvarez with weather predicting. All right, yay. Then we have the communication showcase, and the communication showcase, the first place is going to go to Michael Stewart with Let's Get One Thing Straight, the narrative speech. That's $150. And the second place is going to go to Sophia Hill with the animated short fiction, and that's a $100 award. And then we have the spoken word event. And first place, which is also going to be our Dean's Award from Dean Jeannie Tyler, is going to, I didn't write the title down, guys. Rising
Star.
With Tamara
Rising
Pollard and Sky Knight. So that's our Dean's Award, $150. And second place goes to Cesar Baracas for the blindness, $100. All right, we got one more announcement. So we asked if you were interested to email back if you want to be considered for a raffle to be able to have the diversity committee fund your attendance or participation in a diversity conference. And out of the people who responded back, we have 4 names of who's been chosen. And those are Michael Stewart, Tatiana Butte, Sophia Hill, and Tamara Ballardetta. So those are the 4 who are going to receive the raffle opportunity. So with that, folks, we thank you all for participating. It ran long. We're so sorry. It's our first time doing it this way, so we'll do much better next time. But we will get in touch with you because we're going to be mailing you checks. We're going to be mailing you magazines. We're going to be mailing you awards, and we'll coordinate that and get that rolling as soon as we can. Thank you so much, people.
Congrats, Jesus.
I know, I think he just came in. Jesus.
He did. Jesus.
Big news for you.
You won the President's Award for $300. The big overall winner of the event. Nice job.
Oh my God. Wow.
That's breaking city time news. Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Wow,
breaking news. Well, thank you. I'm surprised. Thank you.
Felicidades, Jesus.
Felicidades.
Welcome.
You can buy a brand new pot with that.
Whole new kitchen.
I see a new knife in your future.
You might have started something that you're going to regret because when we all come back, we're going to start needing cooking lessons.
Yes. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Wonderful job. Thanks, everyone.
Gracias.
And we will post all the winners and the awards on our website because we know we just ran through that really quickly.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thanks for letting me participate, man.
Thanks, Noah. You were great.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Everybody enjoy. It was good.
I
And
don't
I'll
real
put it on
quickly.
the website with the magazine.
Oh, is Randy with us? He didn't make it over to this room. So just real quickly, Dean Randy Barnes is retiring at the end of this year. Y'all might get me next year.
Oh, wait a minute. Are we recording?
Yeah. That's fine. Just a special thanks to Dean Randy Barnes and
yes.
best of luck as he pivots, and we wish him well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone on the committee. Fabulous, fabulous work.
Well,
thank
you, both of you and everybody else. Thank you. That was a wild ride. It was fun.
It was.
I like wild ride, Mark. You bet.
I know, but I'm kind of ready to get back on the ground too.
This was like Disneyland.
Yes.